swimming superstars are back in the spotlight.
Every time I get behind the block, I kind of ask myself, how much do you want it?
Still doing everything I can in the water just to put myself in the best shape.
Get in, get the job done, get out.
It's all on the line. What are you willing to do for it?
Stepping up on the blocks and it's dead quiet. You can only hear your heart beating, and I think that's one of the most alive feelings you'll ever have.
Good morning and welcome to Nine's live coverage of the Australian Open. We are here from the beautiful Gold Coast. My name is Matt Welsh, joined in commentary by Em Seabom. Now, Em, you've been here for the last couple of days covering the age multi-class championships. How have they gone so far?
It has been absolutely electric out there in the pool. We've had some really outstanding swims. I must mention Callum Simpson, some really high point scores from him, but we expected nothing else after that Paris gold medal. So it was exciting to watch him, but also Mia Hogan on the girls' calendar. She had a fantastic meet already. She's still got a couple more swims to go, but it's been absolutely fantastic to watch.
Well, it's a great centre here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. You can see the swimmers warming up behind us. Multiple pools for them to do that in, and they'll be getting ready for, obviously, the Australian Open, previously known as the Australian Championships, but now a standalone event in the Australian Open, and looking more towards trials for our championship event.
I'm really excited to see the swimming. Obviously, Cam McAvoy off that world record not that long ago, so he'll be one that I'll definitely be keeping my eyes on. But obviously, those backstroke events close to our heart, aren't they, Matt?
They really are. Starting off with the 50 back. So let's have a look at the schedule for today. As we said, starting off with the men's 50 backstroke, Isaac Cooper, fastest qualifier through in that event before moving to the women's 100 breaststroke.
Sienna Tui, your fastest qualifier, the 17-year-old. We saw her break Liesl Jones's record in age last year, so I'm excited for that one. But still, so many events on offer.
Sam Short, it will be up in the men's 400 freestyle before we move to the multi-class 400 for women and men. The women's 200 backstroke, and you can't get a bigger name than Kaylee McKeown, fastest qualifier and world record holder.
Absolutely, holds that world record in that 2:03.14, so she will be out this morning, and I can't wait to see her in action.
Moving then into the men's 200 butterfly, the women's 100 freestyle. Speaking of big names, got some very big ones there. Meg Harris, Molly O'Callaghan, Molly O will be up, Olivia Wunsch, Shayna Jack, some very big names before we move into the women's 50 butterfly multi-class and the men's 50 butterfly multi-class, and then the men's 200 breaststroke with Zach Stubblety-Cook.
Then we head into the women's 400 IM before heading to that splash and dash, that men's 100 freestyle with Kyle Chalmers. That will be an exciting race to watch. Then we head to some more multi-class with those 200 freestyle men and women's 50 butterfly, and then finishing out the morning with the women's 800 freestyle.
So as you can see, we're starting off our Australian Open with an action-packed morning of heats. Em, it's going to be big. We're also joined in commentary by Matt Thompson. Matt, what are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to the next 3 days, Matt. What a beautiful day in a place that's synonymous with holidaying and relaxation here on the Gold Coast, but the conditions are beautiful. And as you've already outlined, we have a galaxy of stars on show over the next few hours here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. The 100 freestyle for the men's and the women. Molly and Meg and Shayna Jack, Olivia Wunsch, and then King Kyle and Flynn Southam, Kai Taylor, Zach Stubblety-Cook, Olympic gold medalist in the 200 breaststroke. So much to look forward to over the next few hours. So it's great to have you with us on Nine right around the country. And it's almost as if my co-commentators, Em Seabom and Matt Welsh, have designed the program themselves, because we're starting with the backstroke.
I was just thinking that absolutely, it's so real when they start walking out on the deck. We can see the backstrokers down there at the far end of the pool. getting ready for the one-lap dash. And it's going to be a great way to start this Australian Open.
It will be. I like that the women's program starts with the 200 backstroke. I like to go the longest distance to the shortest distance,
More
finishing that out. I really enjoy that.
Yeah,
I'm excited for the girls' program.
Well, they're jumping up and down, getting ready for the start, and whistle them into the water. So it's on us. Lots of preparation, but we're here.
So Isaac Cooper, the 2025 world champ. You can see him there readying himself.
Take your marks.
And box office, Benny Hance, part of the field here too, swimming out of lane 3, the multi-class superstar. But Isaac Cooper, the man whose eyes are firmly fixed on LA 2028, swimming in lane 4. Mark Nikolaev from the Somerset Club, also right up there on the pace. It's a close finish, but Nikolaev has edged out Cooper, and Benny Hance has finished in 3rd.
Yeah, Isaac Cooper had the best of the starts, but the swim part was definitely Nikolaev. He really came over the top in the last probably 15, 20 metres, but Benjamin Hance out there in that outside lane did well. Ethan McDonald also in that lane 1 was definitely separating himself from the field, but a great way to start the campaign in the 50 backstroke. 6 heats of the men's 50 backstroke this morning. That's the fastest heat up first, as the second is getting ready to get in the water.
This heat's featuring Brad Woodward, the veteran Dolphin, swimming out of lane 4. Enoch Robb, who made his Dolphins debut at the World Short Course Champs at the end of 2024, next to him in lane 5.
Take your marks.
Heat number 2 underway. And good start by Woodward in the centre of the pool. Robb next to him in lane 5. And then Lambert in lane 3, also right up there. We know Brad Woodward's been a veteran campaigner for the Dolphins over a number of years. And he's just powering through here at the end. It's a close finish, but Woodward has got there on the wall.
Gee, he made it hard for himself. I reckon his reaction was a bit slow off the block. He felt like the last to leave for me, and but he got to the wall first, and that's the most important thing. Only 6 100ths in front. In fact, 4 100ths from Manny there, our visitor in lane 2. So very, very tight across the field, and looking to make that final 4 tonight. They'll be looking to be the first ever winners of the Australian Open, the men's 50 backstroke tonight.
So heat number 3 coming up. I'm keen to look at Killarney Island here from lane 4, who trains under Tim Lane, and they've had plenty of course for celebration in that camp in the last little while.
Yeah, it's a fantastic program to be a part of. And I think with these 50s too, we've got to remember they're super quick. They're about getting everything right. You can't get a single thing wrong. And I think that's what they work at the most at that program, is getting all those bits right.
It is the sprint-based program that houses the great Cameron McAvoy, of course, and Killarney Island makes a good start there out of lane 4.
So a lot of these boys will be competing in the 100 backstroke again later in the meet. But right now, it's about getting your arms over as quickly as possible, kick yourself all the way to the wall and stretch yourself out.
This is a blanket finish, a very tight heat. It's Fenwick Kearns who's won the race. Out in lane 7 from the Manly Club.
1 100th separating first and second there. So that really was a tight field. And you said about getting all those little things right. When it comes down to 1 100th of a second, in fact, 1 100th between first and second and third as well. 2 100ths between the top 3. Those little 1%ers start coming into being quite important, don't they?
Absolutely. It can be the difference between making this final and sitting in the grandstand and watching this final. So these boys want to make it.
you've got to do everything that you can, and it's looking very tight, that 26-2 being that around that 9th marker, 10th marker this morning.
And look, if you don't make it and you are stuck in the stands, it's not a terrible place to be. So you will get some of the best seats of the house, and it'll be a great night of action tonight. Heat 4 now in the water.
Take your marks.
Heat 4 of 6 in the men's 50 metres backstroke. A good start by Jai Cornwall out in lane 6. Another tightly compacted heat. Not much separating the lead swimmers at the moment. It's going to come down to the touch on the wall. It's Nicholas Nankervis in lane 3 who's got there.
Yeah, he looked good the whole way down. Just had that slight edge on the rest of the field. Had a really nice rhythm in his stroke. And 50 is a splash and dash in the backstroke, but you need to have a good technique. You need to make sure that nothing is slowing you down. It's an awkward position being on your back sometimes in the pool, especially in this outdoor pool with the sun in your eyes. So being able to hold your body in position all the way down. So Nankervis there with the win. Now, Em, you've been keeping an eye on the times. Have we got any predictions for what will make that final for tonight?
Look, it's looking really tight, but I think around that 26-2 mark will be the cutoff this morning for that final. So exciting to see these boys. I think 50s for me, I always found really hard because it's getting the right stroke count, it's getting the right stroke rate that your body can be able to maintain. Sometimes you can find that you spin and your arms can keep going, but you can't keep up with the power and the strength in that stroke count.
It's a balance between effort and move and power, isn't it?
And so if you're just wondering about this delay, we still haven't ratified the results of Heat 4.
So this does happen a bit. The swimmers will be used to it, and Heat 5 just having that extra little minute to catch their breath before they head out, but looks like we've got the all clear.
100 breaststroke for women coming up, featuring the emerging gun Sienna Tui, Tara Kinder amongst others.
There they are in the marshalling room, just watching their 50 back and thinking, yep, we're up next. This is real. This is happening. And that realization sometimes is a bit, isn't it, Em, when you've done all the preparation. And that's the thing. We watch them for a minute in the water. It's months and months of preparation to get them to this level.
It certainly is. And also hours just being at the pool as well. It doesn't take... You can't just rock up and get there and swim. You have to warm up, stretching, massage. All that stuff comes into play. Those results are official on your screen right now as we move now to heat number 5.
So second last heat of this morning. And still a chance to make that final.
Take your marks.
We've seen some quick swimming already on the opening morning here at the Australian Open. Heat 5 of 6 in the men's 50 metres backstroke. And it looks like Ryan Bowl might have missed the start quite badly there over at the top of the pool. But once again, a very tightly compacted heat swim. Might be Jacob Hale over in lane 1. They hit the wall, and it's Maxwell George who's got there right on the touch.
Yeah, very tight between Hale and George coming down to the line. I had 1 or 3 looking strong at that back end, but the timing getting onto the wall was pretty important. And there's so many technicalities in the backstroke, counting your strokes from the flags so you know where the wall is. There's a lot of trust there, but even just the start, you'll see the swimmers jumping in, getting themselves ready on the backstroke ledge. And it's that little bit that's hanging down, you can see there on your screen, just hanging down into the pool. Gives the swimmers just that little ledge, that little safety margin so the legs don't slip on the starting pads. And gives them can give them a little bit more height, and you'll see the swimmers lift themselves right up out of the water so they can get a very dynamic start.
So 7 swimmers taking part in heat 6 of the men's 50 backstroke. What a good start. Daniel Eve from lane 7 pings away off this wall. Robinson in lane 5, right up there on the pace. But it might be Eve who continues to lead. Shepherd starting to come through as well over at the top of the pool. Nothing really between them here. Shepherd has got there with a good second 25 metres to take out the final heat.
Yeah, good call, Matt. Shepherd just did enough in that last 5, didn't he, to separate himself from Lees. Came in second. And Eve looked good the whole way, didn't he? But getting a time 27.82. Looking at those times, and we'll have a look at the top 10. But you're predicting a time around that 26.2, which is pretty handy for the 50 backstroke. I think the boys will want to be looking to go a little bit faster tonight. Isaac Cooper definitely knows he can go a bit quicker.
Yes, he looked to have a little bit up his sleeve in the first heat of the meet. Only a few moments ago. He's the Australian record holder.
So as you said before, Matt, the women's 100 metres breaststroke up next. And Sienna Tui is going where we'll be waiting for that. I don't think the results have come through yet. I think just another delay. But we look forward now to the 100 metres breaststroke. 5 heats for this Australian Open 100 metres breaststroke. Fastest qualifier in the middle of your pool, as always, in lane 4, Sienna Tui. Ella Ramsey up next, and Sienna Harbin after that.
Stand down, please, swimmers. Take your marks.
So a lot of focus here on Sienna Tui, who made her Dolphins debut at the Singapore Worlds last year as a 16-year-old. Swimming out of lane 4, and she shot to prominence, you'll remember, at the Age Nationals last year, breaking the Australian record for 16-year-old girls that was set by the great Liesl Jones all the way back in 2002.
Yeah, the breaststroke is such a technical event, isn't it, Em? Making sure that you're getting that pace out right. A lot of breaststrokers end up doing their fastest 50 in that first 50 of the 100 because their efficiency is really peaked, but it's all about this second coming back to the wall, isn't it?
I also think the momentum off the blocks helps a lot too, to be able to power through that first 50. But looking strong is Tui out there in lane number 4 now. We saw her at age last year break Liesl Jones's Australian record, so fantastic to see her back out here for some more action. Only 17 years of age, so fantastic to see her under the flags now, looking very strong into that finish. She'll get her hands on the wall first. Let's have a look at that time, 1:07.73, a great morning swim for her.
She looked good in that swim. She looked really rhythmic, really nice pace. Yeah, very, very nice swim there, and leading them through in that lane 4. Rightly earned, and swam very, very well for the heat swim. So the time is down, and heat 2 and 3, they've seen it. She's thrown the gauntlet down, and let's see what the reaction is.
Yes, that second 50 metres devastating there by Sienna Tui, 1:07.73.
So out in 32.0, so really nice front end split, and back in that 35.
And 3 girls there under that 1:10 mark too, so a good morning swim for those girls. So we'll be looking at that 1:10 mark, maybe a little bit higher for that top positions for tonight's final. So we just wait for those results to become official.
It's what we really want, isn't it, in these sort of events? We want lots of people of pushing each other forward rather than just one by themselves who, you know, I don't want to say complacent, but yeah, it can be an issue. It looks like
you want the pressure.
It looks like someone's lost their cap in the pool, so we're just going to clear that from the pool before we get going. So it looks like we've got a bit of a delay. But, yeah, you want that pressure. And, you know, Sienna Tui is doing a fantastic job because she can see people breathing down her neck, and that's what's going to push her to the next level.
It's such a nice day, Matt. You might offer to dive in and retrieve that cap. It's a beautiful day for a paddle.
I'll leave it
for
the professionals.
He's done his hair today.
I know. I didn't bring my bathers. I'm so sorry. It actually does look really nice in here.
It really does.
Amazing complex here on the Gold Coast. We've got our main competition pool, a couple of warm-up pools out the back. The stands are set up. I'm sure they'll be pumping tonight come finals time. Plenty of excitement right around the complex here. So heat number 2 about to get underway.
Take your marks.
This heat featuring our reigning national champion Ella Ramsey and the second place getter at last year's Nationals, Tara Kinder.
So big swim there in the first heat. And Ella Ramsey will be going out after it. Ella, fantastic swimmer across the board, 2 IMs as well. And entry time of 106.8. Which would get her fastest qualified for tonight as she turns in a 31.7. So she has gone out a little bit quicker than Sienna Tui. So let's see how she goes in this second 50, whether she can hold that margin over the so far fastest qualifier from the first heat.
Swimming really strongly here. Ella Ramsey, and Tara is just making a little inroad with 20 metres to swim. It's Ramsey leading from Kinder, and then Lily Koch over in lane 3. Getting a little tired perhaps on the wall, but a good swim from our national champ. Ramsey first, Kinder second, Koch in third.
So fastest time so far, that 107.59, beating Tui in that first heat. She only produced that 107.73, so very tight top times here this morning for those girls. And we knew Ramsey was going to produce something very good. She trains at the Griffith University under Adam Peaty's old coach, so Mel Marshall. So we knew her breaststroke is very strong. As those results become official now on your screen, that 107.59, now that leading time for that final lane 4 spot.
So came home in a very similar time to Sienna Tui in that first heat. Nice swim there from Tara Kinder as well, 108.3, and Lily Koch in the mix too.
Marks.
Heat number 3 underway. Sienna Harbin third at Nationals last year. She's definitely one to watch as a potential Dolphin of the future. Had some success in the US in the second half of 2025. She's another training under Mel Marshall. And Hayley Mackinder also in this heat. Number 3. She was 4th in this event at the Junior Worlds last year.
These girls are on fire already this morning. So that top marker so far, that 107.59, that's what those girls are aiming for. And we think it's really important to put yourself in a great position to have that middle lane. Turning through there first is King out there in 3, that 32.76.
I had to have a look, or a second look at the entry list, because lane 3 is Tilly King, not Lily King, who is the American world record holder from back in 2017. Well, and she led through there after 50 metres, and she's swimming very strongly.
Yeah, just behind the time set in the first 2 heats. So let's have a look at this second 50, see how well she can bring it back. Hayley Mackinder in 5 as well, looking good. The 2 girls under the flags, now pushing hard to the wall. It's going to be very close. It is 1/100th of a second.
And it's Silly King who touches a fingernail ahead of Hayley Mackinder. Third, Julia Eve Spedding. And it's worth pointing out too that Sienna Harbin was a non-starter in lane 4.
We've seen some good times already this morning. So those 109s under that 110 mark is sitting for those positions for the finals tonight. So we have a fair few of those girls sitting under 110. So you've got to think they're all going to be spread out tonight. It's going to be quite that battle.
Yeah, you definitely want to be in that top 3 to give yourself the best chance for the final. And as we now jump in to heat 4 of 5.
Of course, this event synonymous with the exploits of the great Liesl Jones, who won Olympic gold back in 2008. She's one of 3 Australian women to have won a world championship in this event. She won it twice, 2005, 2007, along with Sam Riley in 1994 and Lindley Frame all the way back in 1991. Liesl still has the 9 fastest times ever swum by an Australian in this event. And set the world record 3 times. One of our absolute out-and-out superstars, the great Liesl Jones. Dakota Mathers in lane 4, the leader after 50 metres as they turn for home.
Oh, hopefully Liesl is watching. Shout out to Lies. Hope you're well. And yeah, your records still stand strong. Top 3 fastest heats swum and won. We're up to heat 4. And Mathers in lane 4 looking very, very strong. Also 5, Medell Argy. Looking good coming underneath the flags.
Strong swim. Good time, 1:13.99 for Madeline Argy. Dakota Mathers finishing in 2nd. Valentina Costa out in lane 7 has finished 3rd.
So our resident mathematician M. Seavom has ruled that 10th fastest time for the final tonight in this women's 100 breaststroke is 1:10.3. Was that, M?
Yeah, so fast. So anyone in these later heats can make it through. Great time from Argy there, a PB from the program. So that's great to see as we move now. Heat number 5.
A couple of emerging young guns swimming here from lane 3. Emily Goodwin from Gladstone, 13 years of age. Great to see her out here competing on the big stage.
A great opportunity for these young kids to get that racing experience at that open level. It's all about those tough heats and tough finals, and looking very strong out there. Humbling in lane number 0 from TSS, out in lane number 0. As we move down to that first 50, we'll see who takes that turn.
It's Coleman in lane 6. Hembling at the top of the pool in lane 0. And then Sienna Whalen in 3rd. Now this is really strong by Natasha Coleman.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities in these outside heats. Not a lot separating the field. In fact, less than a second separating the field going into this race on paper. But you can see the opportunity is being taken there in lane 6. Natasha Coleman from Surrey Park, 18 years of age. Also coming through, Sienna Whalen out in lane 2, looking very strong. Coming down under the flags. Just need to get your hands on those walls.
Getting a little tired here, Coleman, and Whalen may be finishing over the top. She's just touched in first position, although there is a DQ coming up on our screen.
So we're not sure what that is for, but it must have, I'm thinking it'd be something at the start of the race because it was pretty quick to get on the board. So maybe a bit of movement before the race started, but Coleman does inherit that win for the final heat. So that is 5 heats swum for the women's 100 metres breaststroke. Fastest 10 through to the final tonight. Hopefully we'll see a summary of that. Looks like Julia Speeding did make that 10 spot in 1:10.31 before we move into the men's 400 metres freestyle. There's 4 heats for the 400 metres freestyle. Fastest qualifier Samuel Short in lane 4 is now out onto pool deck, checking the blocks, making sure they're in the right level. That little kicker plate, you can see a little triangle on top of the blocks there for the back leg to be able to push off at a better angle. And every swimmer has it at a slightly different position, so you'll see all the swimmers getting in there and getting themselves ready for the race.
You can see that summary on your screen that you just saw. It was great to see 8 of those girls under that 1:10 mark. I think that shows great depth in that 100 breaststroke event. Obviously, Liesl Jones being the pinnacle of what breaststroke has produced here in Australia, but just some great results for those girls as we move now.
105.09.
Unbelievable.
Still crazy.
Take your marks.
And great to see proud Queenslander Sam Short in the pool here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. He's had a wonderful vein of form racing in the United States with some big victories, most recently over there. He won the 800, defeating 2 Olympic gold medalists in Bobby Fink and Daniel Whiffen. Claimed victory in the 1500 as well. And he also has enjoyed success in the 400 freestyle, maybe racing as well as he ever has. One of our 2 former world champs in the 400 freestyle. Sam Short coming up here. Well, currently in the pool in lane 4, and we'll see Elijah Winnington in heat number 2 next.
He's such a strong swimmer, Sam Short. You know, it's not often you see someone really muscle a distance event, but that's what he does. That big lolloping stroke here in the 400. Turns first in a 54.1, which would be a handy 100 metres freestyle for a lot of swimmers, and he's just warming up. So very, very strong in the distance event. This is almost a sprint for him.
It's hard to believe he's only 22 years of age.
He feels like he's been around forever, doesn't it?
Absolutely. But he's certainly got a battle with Cross right next to him in 3, holding on to his hip currently. Both turning through in under 55 seconds for that first 100. And they're looking very strong in this. Short doing a great job of showing why he's so dominant in this event.
Yeah, Tex Cross not letting him go there in lane 3. And it will be the 2 of them really setting the pace for this. But not a lot between them in that first 100. But this second 100, the field has definitely dissipated. So halfway mark in the men's 400 metres freestyle. And Sam Short, a 150.95. Again, a split that most people would call a very tidy 200 freestyle.
And Tex Cross in second position, went to the World Juniors in Romania in August and set PBs in the 4, the 8 and the 1500 freestyle. He swam 3.4817 in the 400 to finish in 4th position at the World Juniors, which is good going. I'm sure he's going to learn plenty swimming next to Sam Short. Pretty comfortable at the moment for Sam, leading from Tex Cross and Ben Godemans, who's represented Australia well in 3rd position.
Well, Elijah Winnington will be coming up in the next heat. He'll be swimming lane 4, and he'll be watching this, seeing what pace they're holding. It's always a bit of an advantage swimming after someone, so that second heat getting a lot of information as Sam Short comes down. The bells chime for that 100 metres to go. Tex Cross has done a great job not letting Sam Short go. Also, Godman's there in lane 5, 3rd through in a 2:52. So they've held a pretty decent pace here, and that's really has been because of Sam Short there in lane 4. He looks like he hasn't really got into top gear at all in this race, but it's still incredibly strong.
Tex Cross has held onto this margin. There's less than a body length between the 2 swimmers. 3rd place Godemans, and Charlie Hawke has crept into the race out in lane number 7.
Yeah, Tomahawk out in lane 2 is looking very, very strong as well.
So it's Sam leading, but Tex Cross is really taking it to him. 15 metres to swim. Sam's powered down, no doubt, and Tex Cross is going to take it to the former world champ. Sam's just got there on the wall. Cross in second, Godemans finishes in 3rd.
So you know you're a champion when you can just glide in and get it by 3/100ths of a second. He was never in doubt. Yeah, that was, you never want to say a comfortable swim in a 400, but that's as comfortable as it gets. Still out of breath, he's still got to work for it, but that's a very tidy swim for the heat swim. First of 4 heats here at the Australian Open. As we said, Elijah Winnington up in the next heat. He's in lane 4. So a lot of success in the 400 as well, does Elijah, as he stares down at the block, getting ready for his turn.
Take your marks.
One of the most celebrated events in Australian Olympic history, the men's 400 metres freestyle, and Elijah Winnington has played a significant part in that, a former world champ, and also the silver medal winner at the Paralympics. And Brendan Smith over in lane 1 has started very quickly. Winnington right up there in the pace in lane 4. Good to see Tommy Neal out there as well, swimming in lane 3.
Yeah, Brendan Smith out of St Peters West, and obviously a lot of great swimmers in that program, and getting the miles done which you need for the 400 metres freestyle. But as you said, Matt, a lot of history in the 400 freestyle. You know, Ian Thorpe, the Commonwealth record holder, former world, with a 3:40.08, only 9/100ths off breaking that 3:40, which is what Lucas Martins did from Germany to just crack that world record last year.
Well, Emily, the world record had stood for quite some time, since 2009. In fact, that was Paul Biedermann. It was broken by another German in Lucas Martins, and
that was in the super suit.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah.
The boys looking very strong out there, turning through in that 54.48, so just slightly off the pace of Sam Short in that first heat, who turned through in that 54.11. So slightly off the pace, but it could be that Winnington's trying to save a little bit more in the race for that last 100 metres. Sometimes you see the boys bring in their legs on the last 100. It's also good to note that the World Aquatics have brought in a new ruling on the 400, and now they will have lap counters at those World Championships and the Olympics as well. So it must be easier for them. They don't have to then count their strokes and count those laps.
Well, more so for short course, but yeah, definitely in the 400, having the bell there is usually reserved for the 8 and the 15 for men and women, but the lap counters are out for the 400 with 3 laps to go. Coming through, turned in 1:51.9 did Winnington. Good to note, though, that Sam Short really took it out hard, didn't he? He went out very quick. He was out in a 1:50.9, so he was a second quicker. But he then, I don't want to say he eased off, but he definitely didn't maintain the pace that he did in the first 200 of that race. So Elijah only a second off. Still, if he even swims it and nicely paces it, he'll still be right on the mark of that first heat. Top 10 through to the final, and he's going to get himself a great lane.
And of course, we're on the countdown to the forthcoming Commonwealth Games, and at the last Commonwealth Games in 2022, Elijah won gold ahead of Sam Short and Mac Horton. It was an Australian 1, 2 and 3. There's the bell. Less than 100 metres to swim now. Elijah Winnington leads. Lewis Clareburt, who's represented New Zealand with distinction at the Olympics, and a couple of world champs in second spot. And then still at the top of the pool, Brendan Smith, who started strongly. He's still out there and in touch with the placings. But it's Winnington from Clareburt, then Smith and Matt Galea starting to come through in lane 5.
Now, if this was a final, it'd be a very interesting last 50, because Elijah Winnington and Lewis Clareburt were staring each other down in the second last 50, but now they're breathing away from each other. You can see they're in the middle of the screen, breathing away from each other. Can only really guess where they are, but it is a heat, so they're just going to swim it through. Just looking for that time onto the wall, but it does look like Clareburt has put himself right back into the lead. He touches first, a 3:48.34, so that is right up there. In fact, that's faster than the first heat. And Elijah Winnington faster as well, a 3:48.66. So they did work that second 200 that little bit better than Sam Short. We knew he saved a little bit, and those boys just snuck in.
Yeah, great job for them. Throwing out that 3:48 this morning. Very impressive to see.
Elijah doesn't even look like he's puffed. Look at him.
No, he doesn't. Both of them actually don't look puffed at all. So fantastic to see that they're saving some in the tank. Obviously, we saw the first 2 heats. They were your fastest seeded heats. So you know that those top 10 positions will probably come from those boys that have already swum. As we head now, this is heat number 3.
Take your marks.
Heat 3 of 5 in the men's 400 freestyle. I'm sure a number of these young up-and-coming swimmers will have watched on and watched Sam Short and Elijah Winnington performed so brilliantly for Australia on the world stage for a number of years, and they have the chance potentially to race against them in the final.
Well, this third heat is our last of our seeded heats in the men's 400 metres freestyle, and our last, not last chance, but probably a best last chance of making that final. Looking at those times, Em, you've kept a good record. We're looking at around a 3:52, 3:53 maybe to get through, sneak through?
Yeah, I mean, we had a very fast first heat. So we had 5 boys in that sub 3:53. And in that second heat, we did have the fastest 2 swims, but the third touch was at 5:53. So maybe around that 3:55 mark for these boys as they turn through in that first 100, looking very strong out in front. Easily in lane number 4 are New Zealand. We've got 2 New Zealand clubs in there swimming, so it's great to see that we draw the attention of the international stars as well.
Yeah, you said we had a fast first heat out in around that 54 mark, 55 on this one, and that is our leader out in front, James Lee, and he is a good 2 body lengths ahead of Lachlan Kuss in lane 2. So I think a few of these boys are going to be left behind a little bit if they don't pick their pace up. We'll have a look at the time at the 200 metres mark, but yeah, it's a great championships. We're having people from all over the world at this Australian Open. And that distinction of the Australian Open, open to all, is pretty important as they turn in a 154.92. So a little bit off what they did in the first heats. I think we're going to find our finalists from our first 2 heats. I'm not sure if this third heat is going to be quick enough.
Well, see, it makes it hard too when you're so far in front of the rest of the field. How do you go about pacing that then?
Yeah, it really is, you know, you never know what's going to happen in the race, do you, in a 400? Are you going to be right against someone and you're just going to race off each other? Are you going to be left there on your own and you just have to sort of work it out for yourself? He might be thinking he's so far ahead of the field that he needs to back off a little bit because maybe they know something he doesn't, or maybe he, you know, is getting his pacing wrong. All these things will play into their minds. So coming down now, they'll hear the bell for the 100 metres to go, and he actually needs to pick the pace up if he wants a shot for this final.
So this is quite the swim by James Lee of New Zealand. He'd be, what, 5 body lengths ahead of the rest of the field? Inside the final 100. Can he maintain this blistering pace?
He certainly looks like he's going to maintain that, and no one looks like they are fighting for that second, third finish, but it looks like Lee has that lead covered as he heads down to that last turn into that last 50. Does he have anything left in the tank? We're looking around that 3:55 mark to make that final tonight, so it will be quite tight for him to make it back, but he's looking very smooth in the water. He's got a beautiful stroke, doesn't he, Welshie?
He does. He's looking very, very controlled out there. In fact, this is the top 2 heats. It's been a reseed. Top 2 heats are seeded. So James Lee's fastest going into is 3:58, and he's looking good to break that 4 minutes again. In fact, he's probably going to be looking around that 3:56, 57 when he touches the wall. And he does it in 3:56.26. So a 2-second personal best time there from his entry. Very, very tidy swim there from our visitor from New Zealand.
And the only swimmer in the heat to break the 4-minute barrier. 3:56.26. Well done, James Lee. A winner by some 6 seconds.
Yeah, fortune favours the brave, and he went out hard and held it the whole way. So he'll go through that with his coach after the race, work out what he did well, and he did a lot of it well, and how he's going to make that next step.
Take your marks.
A great history in the 400 freestyle for Australia at World Champs. Kieran Perkins, a world champion back in 1994. Another great Queenslander. Ian Thorpe 3 times, 98, 01, 03. Grant Hackett 05. And then in consecutive years, Elijah Winnington 2002 and Sam Short so stunningly in Fukuoka in 2023. You can trace Australia's success on an Olympic stage all the way back to Melbourne 1956 with Murray Rose, who had defended his gold medal in 1960. It's amazing. It's just that this and the 1500 for men, the 2 events so synonymous with our success.
There's a lot of water in Australia. There's a lot of places to swim to. So it gets very good, especially up here in Queensland. a lot of fantastic distance swimmers. Obviously Grant Hackett, Kieran Perkins, and now going through to Sam Short, and we'll see him, I'm sure, later in 800, 1500. It's a huge amount of history in the 400. The 400 was really important for the team when I was on it, and Em as well. Thorpe was one of the first races up. In fact, he was the first medal of the championships up early in the 400 freestyle, and he'd really set the tone. And that was what was so important, is getting that first win, that first big swim, for everyone to celebrate and everyone riding that wave that he would create. So, yeah, the 400 is a pretty important part of Australian swimming culture.
And you can see a lot of the greats out there on the signage here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. So fantastic to see some of the people that have come before and some of the people in the water still to come.
You just said that because you're up there.
No, I didn't. I said it because Thorpe's there and Hackett's there and Perkins is there.
But you are there.
You are there.
That's undeniable.
Well, apparently
smiling MC bomb.
Apparently it's because I still hold an age record.
Hey, that is no mean feat, as we turn now at the 200-metre mark, the halfway mark of this final heat of the men's open 400 metres freestyle. And not a lot between them. We saw that real breakout swim previously in the previous heat from James Lee. No one really making that big lead. Looking very long and strong, though, in lane 5 is Dougal Richmond from Miami, 21-year-old, looking very, very long. How much is he saving in as he looks across the field? You can see Alexander Clarence in lane 7 and thinks, all right, I've got you. 100 metres to go. I'm going to wait for the bell and then I'm going to unleash. And let's see how this last 100 pans out.
A more congested heat than the previous one, where we had that runaway winner. It's Alexander Clarence in lane 7 from the Sydney University Club, leading Dougal Richmond. Josh Cairns in 3rd, then Ryan Birrell. But as you can see, the top 5 swimmers separated by probably a body length and a half.
Again, this is where that tactic comes in. Do you swim your own race? Do you race what's around? It looks like a lot of them have raced what's around them. They're sticking together and not wanting to go too early. Alex Clarence doing everything he can to try and separate him from this field, but Richmond, Cairns right next to him, going with him stroke for stroke. And now to the last 50, who has got the most in the tank? Who has got that 6-beat kick that they can bring in? And now it's a sprint to the end as they come down. 25 metres to go, and Alexander Clarence looks like he's done enough to hold enough over this last 10 metres.
So Clarence in lane 7, trying to hold off Dougal Richmond, who's surging towards the wall. But well done, Alexander Clarence, 4:04.5.
Yeah.
Dougal Richmond in 2nd, Josh Cairns in 3rd.
5-second personal best time. That deserves a flex and a splash for sure.
If I was coaching, though, I thought he had too much left in the tank at the end. To be honest,
he definitely saved a lot for the end, but if he's celebrating that much, he's still got some more energy as well. So a 3:56 making that top time. We see the times from our final heat there, heat 4. We wait for the summary of events, and it was 3:56 for our money. There it is. Thomas Neal made that top 8, but Lewis Clareburt, our visitor from New Zealand, a 3:48. But nothing in between those top 4 really, Matt. Less than half a second, or about 0.6 of a second, yeah.
Yes, the two Aussie big guns look like they're well poised going into the final. And let's not discount Tex Cross, the young emerging Australian in the 400 freestyle. The women's 400 freestyle multi-class coming up. We've got 4 heats of that. Emmeline Giroux won't be lining up. She finished 2nd to Annabelle Maloney in the age nationals on Saturday. But Annabelle will line up, the 15-year-old from the Cotton Tree Swim Club, trying to back up her success at age level.
Take your marks.
So the first of our multi-class stars in the pool for the Australian Open Championships, the women's 400-metre freestyle.
We've seen a lot of these girls already racing through the MC Age Championships, so great to see them back out here again this morning. Maloney has had a lot of racing, and she's doing a great job out there. In that lane, number 4 is Wellington out very strong. That S19 athlete turning to in that 31.66. Right next to her, Dennis, very strong as well. As we know, this 400 is all about getting that pacing right, but it's whether you're committed to taking it out super hard.
Yeah, it's sort of almost a battle of 3 parts, isn't it? It's the getting out, making sure the pace is strong and you're being efficient, but trying to get yourself away from the rest of the field. Then the hanging on, just bide your time and try to sit right on that knife edge, and then save yourself for that sprint for the end. And we saw the boys do it to great effect in the previous race. Now it's the multi-class women's chance to have a shot. As you said, C-Bomb, the multi-class events, we had the age championships, which will finish tonight with the finals tonight. We saw heats, part of the heats earlier this morning, and they'll finish tonight. It's tough backing up for a lot of those swimmers. Some will choose to do one or the other, but a lot have chosen to do both, and it almost begs the question, why wouldn't you? Similar time, get 2 chances of biting the cherry, and you know, perfect that pacing.
So worth clarifying for those watching around the country that our multi-class swimmers swim under the point score system. So the multi-class point score system is a point score awarded based on the base time, which is generally the world record time, and that applies differently to our different categories. So Kate Wallington from the city of Perth, an S19 swimmer, leading the field. Naga Higashi, our Japanese visitor, an S15 swimmer in her 2nd position as they turn.
Yeah, so it's often a race of race within a race. We've got Annika Gibson, S19, Grace Ferguson, S19, Kate Wallington, an S19, Ava Dennis, an S19, 3 more in Bryony Rudd, Jessica McDermott and Rosanna Hurden, all S19. So a lot of the field that, but Annabelle Maloney, the sole S10. And as you said, visitor Nagagashi, S15, 24-year-old from a Japan club. And they do a great job coming out and making the most of the competition here in Australia. So 3 different categories, these multi-class, and that point score based off their individual classification and off that base time, as you said, Matt. That world best, world record, 1,000 points being that base time, that world record, world best, and then down from there. So good swim, very tidy swim, will be anything from sort of 600 up. And we have been very fortunate, Em, haven't we, in the past, to see a few over the 1,000 mark and world records being broken. So sometimes you'll touch the wall first, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're coming away with the gold medal.
Well, we saw that from Leary last year, breaking that world record in that 100-metre freestyle. So we were very lucky to witness that.
Alexa breaks the world record almost every time she jumps in the pool.
She breaks the world record for energy every time she does anything.
She does. She's just written a book too.
Yeah, I saw that. Yes,
yeah, fantastic.
Very, very busy.
But yes, like we said, that world record is at 1,000 points. So anywhere in that 600 is a great swim. And it's based off those classifications. So we have a fair few classifications in this field, S19, S15 and S10. So you do have to wait to the end to see who will get that top point score. It's not based on who touches the wall first. As Wellington comes to the wall now in that time of 4:43.1, a 508 point score. So a very great morning swim for her. As we have a look at those times coming through and those point scores as these ladies touch the wall.
So Naga Agashi there touched third to the wall, a 4:53.48.
744 points.
But the point score is the one that counts. The Maloney in S10, 688. So we'll wait for the time classification and the points to be confirmed. But
744.
That's going to be tough to beat.
Swim for a heat.
Yeah, that's a very, very strong swim. So the final for tonight will be based off point score, and they'll be seeded for that final based off time. So the fastest will be in the middle, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the highest point score swimmer. So first heat swum, and 7:44 looks like it's going to be the top point scorer as heat 2. Get ready. 4 heats this morning for the women's multi-class 400 metres freestyle, and then 3 for the men.
So Naka Higashi ahead of Maloney and Wallington. That's based on the point score you can see in the right-hand column on your screen.
And you can see all those girls, S19 at the bottom, similar time, similar point score.
Take your marks.
One of our greats, Lakeisha Patterson, swimming out of lane 4. 2 of her 3 Paralympic gold medals have come in the 400 freestyle, winning the S8 in Rio and the S9 in Tokyo. She also won silver in the S9 in Paris. Lakeisha Lucky Patterson, what an absolute champ.
Yeah, she really is. A lot of these athletes backing up race after race. This is a 3-day meet, the Australian Open, and a lot of these swimmers will be backing up multiple events per day. And what a tricky one to start on, the 400 metres freestyle. Patterson leading them through very, very strong. She's got about 2 body lengths ahead there in, coming down to the 100-metre mark.
Yeah, she started very strong on that first 50, and she's really just moved away from the rest of the field. Special mention to Belando Nicholson out in lane number 6. She's had a cracking age championships, some really high point scores she's been able to produce, a couple in the 700 and 600. So very great to see her out there racing this morning. She only started competitive swimming in 2023. Can you believe that, Welshie?
It takes a lot of experience to get yourself up here at a meet, and it's fantastic to see these girls jumping in and throwing themselves at these meet. Look, I can believe that because, you know, I remember seeing her first few races. I remember calling a first few of her races, and just seeing you know, how quickly she rose through the ranks. But now very much a mainstay of the multi-class field, and getting up, as we said, race after race. But it is Patterson in lane 4. She's extended that lead out, coming down now to the halfway mark of this 400 metres freestyle. And what do you reckon, Em? Probably about 10 metres on the rest of the field. She's an S9 category swimmer, along with Belando Nichols in lane 6.
Let's mention Sarah Howe too in lane 5, swimming really well, holding that second position at the moment. I'd reckon about 15 metres in arrears of Lakeisha. And now Victoria Belando Nicholson turning narrowly behind her in 3rd.
400 is a tough way to start the program. I think that distance event, I think you need something with that bit of speed. I like to have a little bit of speed out there, and it's hard because that 400, you've got to really work out how you're going to pace it. Are you going to go out super hard? Are you going to bring it home really strong? So
well, then you've got the heats in the final side as well. So how much do you invest in the heats, and how much do you save for the finals?
You don't want to burn everything this morning. You want to leave something in the tank to obviously, you know, go for a medal here.
Yeah, definitely. And making that final tonight will be based on that point score, as we said before. I don't think Patterson's got anything to worry about. She has really blitzed the rest of the field. Along with her Pratt out in lane 1 as the S9 swimmers. So Patterson, Belando Nichols and Pratt S9, S7 in Osborne at the top of your screen.
That was an incredible 100 metres by Lakeisha. She led by, what, 15 metres?
Close to.
And now it's probably closer to 25.
Yeah, she's probably just shy of 15 previously. Now she's about 20 metres. So she's made about 5 metres. So 2.5 metres per lap. So probably, what do you reckon, 2 or so body lengths in a lap. That's quite extraordinary. But you can see that rating is up. The head's up as well, but the kick and the rating are up, trying to drive herself down to that final turn as she comes back. And we'll wait to see what her point score is. But the race is definitely on for the rest of the field as well.
Sometimes it's easy too, when you're out in front like that, to just let go of the gas ever so slightly. But Patterson there really holding strong. She's obviously set herself up. This is what I'm going for, and she's committed to it.
This is the pace she's been holding in training, and she's holding it all the way down with 5 metres to go. She's the class swimmer in the field.
There's nothing lucky about that. Lakeisha, very dominant. Big win.
832 points so far. We have to wait for that to be confirmed, but that is a huge haul of points.
Great swim by Sarah Howe to touch the wall in second, and then Victoria Bolando Nicholson in third. 704 points for Sarah Howe, 687 for Victoria.
Wow, look at those point scores. 832, 704, 687. That is just world class for heats here this morning on the Gold Coast.
That really is, yeah. The girls put in a huge effort, and Osborne at the top of your screen coming in with a 5.26. That gives her 710 points. So she actually takes our top point score so far in this race. That's what makes multi-class so interesting. Or Patterson, sorry, 8.32, but second through there, Osborne. So, yeah, you really can do it from any lane.
As you correctly said before, Matt, it is a race within a race, but there is no doubting the dominance of Lakeisha Patterson. 444.8, 832 points.
Yeah, it really shows why, you know, I think why we have so much... so many great results out on the international stage in our multi-class events, because the racing here is so good. They get so much training of how to race well, so much practice, that when they do get on the world stage, they know exactly what they're doing.
Do you think, I think it also helps too for Lakeisha Patterson being in that second heat and watching that first heat go, seeing the time, seeing those point scores before she's even gotten out there, so she gets that little advantage of seeing what's happening.
I'm old school, I'm not going to lie. I like having fastest heat last. That's my preferred. It's the advantage you get of seeing the people before you. And yeah, I definitely think that was part of that great swim.
Take your marks.
Heat 3 of 4, Sabrina Sim from University of Queensland, lane 0. Caitlin Hayes from Helensvale in lane 1. Lane 2, Savannah Thorpe from Ripples St Mary's. We've got a non-starter in lane 3. Lane 4, Al Feely from the Western Aquatic Club. Mackenzie Gibbs, lane 5, 13 years of age, from Sale in Victoria. Chloe McAuliffe in lane 6 from Lawrence. Lane 8, Emily Willett, and lane 9, Kiralee Clark.
Well, almost as a repeat treat from our men's 400 earlier, we saw the dominant one-off swim from Lakeisha before, and now it's pretty much across the field with not a lot separating them. So Lakeisha with that very, very strong swim in the 400, coming away with over 800 points. Now it is a time to make the most of the opportunity as they come down to the 100-metre mark. Who is going to make the break? Who is going to push them forward? It is Feely there in lane 4. So time didn't come up there for one reason or another, but she will take them through. Gibbs there in second in lane 5.
And the Paris Paralympics was just stunning to watch, particularly
well, the efforts of all of our athletes, but we shine in the pool, and we did so again in Paris.
We certainly did, and you'll see one of those stars coming up very soon. Callum Simpson in the men's 400 multi-class freestyle. He'll be coming up, and he was one of the standout moments for me. He is one of those athletes that's he has a lot of energy, but he also has a lot of dedication to his swimming. He trains under Chris Wright, so Welshie, you would know him, a fellow Australian Dolphin. So I love seeing the Dolphins come back and get into coaching. We have a few of those past swimmers now coaching, you yourself being one of them.
Yeah, I saw Chris on deck yesterday looking after his swimmers, and yeah, it's great having that knowledge, that experience being passed down to the next generation, and putting it into good effect. But agreed, yeah, Callum Simpson, a dynamic swimmer coming up in the men's 400 freestyle. He's in Heat 1 next race.
And he's in the lane next to Brendan Hall, who isn't double his age, but not too far away.
All levels of experience needed and wanted as we come through the halfway mark there. Feely still looking good in this third heat of the women's multi-class 400 metres freestyle. And now we're starting to see them really break away, aren't we, Em? And all the girls looking like they're sitting on a pace, don't they? They're not really racing each other, but sitting on the pace that they'll be taking in training. And there's a lot of work in that. For a 400-metre swimmer, there's a lot of pace work in training.
A lot of Ks too. So they would do a lot of meters in the pool every single day and working out how to race this race. So they're doing a great job of just sticking to their own race plan. I think also sometimes when you're swimming here at a championships, at the Australian Open, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to race the person next to me, I want to beat them. But you really just got to stick to your race plan, because sometimes your own race plan is the best one to get you to the wall first.
Definitely. The coach will make sure that you've got that system training, you know, actually working that aerobic system, working that sprint system for the back end. But the pace is so important as we come down to the 300-metre mark. Feely rolls over and touches the ball just under the 4-minute mark, 3:59.44. Gibbs just behind in a 4:03.87. So 100 metres to go.
It's a 14-year-old leading a 13-year-old.
Fantastic to see the young ones stick around from the age championships and come back and swim a 400 this morning. They've had a massive 2 days of racing, and even this morning with the 200 IM. So to see them back out there again this morning, especially in a 400 freestyle, it's fantastic to see. Gibbs has had a great meet so far, and only 13 years of age. So we've had a lot of young swimmers being able to pop up onto those Australian teams. So fantastic to see if she can get herself up there.
So final 50, Al Feely turning comfortably in the lead. And then Mackenzie Gibbs really digging in this final lap of the 400. In third position, Savannah Thorpe, a 15-year-old, over in lane 2 from the Ripples Club in St Mary's, Western Sydney. But a great swim by Al Feely, our S19 athlete. 5 minutes 17.1. Mackenzie Gibbs in second position.
A 546 point score for Gibbs there at S10 athlete. So we'll wait and see as those times come up and those point scores come through. Another 474. Looking very strong in those point scores. So still can't get over that 832.
No, that was a very, very strong swim. And worth noting that a lot of different categories in this race. So Feely and Gibbs right next to each other, but S19 and S10 respectively for Feely and Gibbs. So very much racing in different categories. The lower the number, the greater the impairment. So an S19 less impairment than an S10. So we do expect to see a high point score for those lower numbers. As we come through to our final swimmer, and she touches the wall there. Clark, our S14 swimmer, rounds out all the swimmers in that third heat. Final fourth heat, swimmers ready to go on the blocks.
And this is one of my favourite stories of the entire meet. Brooke Cotter swimming out of lane 2. The 40-year-old who didn't start squad training until 2022 after a battle with cancer. She needed a flotation device when she first started, and now she finds herself swimming here at the Australian Open.
Oh, that is brilliant, and we often see that in the multi-class events. Multi-class, but huge variety of ages as well, as you just said, Matt, before. A 13 and a 14-year-old racing against 20s and 19s, 22 even. Clark, our final swimmer to the wall there. But let's see how Brooke Cotter goes out there in lane 2. So top of the screen, second top swimmer.
Take your marks.
Heat 4 of 4 in the women's 400 freestyle multi-class.
So very multi-class in this race, with almost everyone in a different class. So this is multiple races. Caitlin Kirby at the top of the screen, S18. And then Brooke Cotter, S6. Georgia Beerling, S7. Brooke Kafer, S10. Aiko Buckland, S14. Stelling there in the S8, and Griffin S7, rounding out with Anderson in an S18. So virtually all of them in different categories. So it'll be very interesting to see the point score at the end. But the early leader there is lane 5, Aiko Buckland, S14, 16-year-old from Nightcliff, is looking strong in the water. Turns in a 36.9 at the 50-metre mark, coming down to the 100 now. It is all about that important point score. Top 10 point scores goes through to the final tonight. They'll be separated they'll be ranked by their times from this morning, so that still comes into play. But you've got to get there first.
Buckland doing a great job of that first 100, turning through in that 128.7. S14 athlete leading the way over Kiefer there in lane number 4, that 126.10, and then stealing there in that third turn, that 129.94.
I often think when we watch these heat swims, I've got a few of my kids who swim, and I'm looking up in the crowd seeing the families watching their swimmers, and I'm sure they're nervously either awaiting their swimmer or watching their swimmer in the water right now. And with everything crossed for them, hoping it goes well. It's sometimes trickier watching on than doing it, isn't it? Because you're out of control.
What about coaching? You probably get more anxious coaching than you would have been as an athlete.
Coaching's a different level altogether, because you know how much work they've done, and you know it's often the case, some more than others, and you know what they are capable of doing. You know what you feel they deserve. And then sometimes they go beyond that, sometimes they don't reach it, sometimes it's frustrating, sometimes it's elation, but it's always a journey no matter what.
I suppose the art of coaching then too, Matt, is being able to regulate your own emotions to try and provide your athlete with the support they need regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, that's probably the trickiest when you combine fatherhood with that. I coach my son, and that's hard, playing that role of father and coach. So we do try to separate, but I know the families up in the stands right now will be cheering them on with everything they've got as they turn there at the 200-metre mark. And Buckland's still doing a really good job out there, looking nice, breathing every twos and keeping that kick on. And we look across to Brooke Cotter there in lane 2. Your story of the meet, Matt, and might have learnt to swim, hasn't learnt to do the tumble turn yet, but that's okay. 3:17.6 at the halfway mark.
Are you going to turn your hand to coaching, Emily?
Look, I don't think coaching is it for me. I found it quite challenging to be the one to think of the programs. I like being told what to do. I was good at that. I'm a good listener, and I really enjoy that. So no, I don't think I'll be moving into coaching anytime soon. I'll leave it to Welshie. I'll send my kids to you.
Yeah, please, I would love to. I'll set up some Paw Patrol things for them, so it'll be great.
I suppose being a parent's all about being told what to do anyway. by your young ones.
I'm still being told what to do by my parents.
Yeah, sounds like you've said that with experience. As we come down now, we've got 100 metres to go in this final heat of the women's 400 metres multi-class freestyle event. And Buckland still holding strong, although Kiefer coming up in lane 4 right next to her.
And she's made up considerable ground, so we might be in for an interesting race over the final 100 metres. Buckland turning in the lead, but it's probably down to about 3 body lengths or so. Brooke Kiefer in second. So Heiko Buckland, an S14 athlete. Brooke Kiefer, S10. And then Georgia Beerling in third position, an S7 swimmer.
So our S14 swimmers is an intellectual impairment, so it affects their ability to strategize, race tactics, that sort of thing. Whereas our S10 would be more for physical impairments. So, as we said, those classifications very differing, and as they come down with 50 metres to go, it is our S14 swimmer who is looking very strong in Buckland. But everyone here doing everything they possibly can to get to that wall first in this 400. It's a grueling event for anyone, especially at the start of a meet.
I think Kiefer looks like she's got a little bit to offer here. The gap's still probably 2.5 body lengths, but there's no doubt our leader's getting a little weary. And Brooke Kiefer is really eating into this margin. I think the terminology is that the grand piano is falling on the back, because Brooke Kiefer is finishing very strongly and is going to come over the top to claim victory with an excellent final 100 metres.
Yeah, I think that helped that she was looking and breathing to her left. She could see Buckland's feet and then knees and then hips, and that was enough. Buckland was just a little bit disappointed not to get to the wall first. She thought she'd done enough, but Kiefer with a well-strategized swim coming over the top there, as the rest of the swimmers do come in. Good swim there from Buckland. 6:08 was her time at coming in, so she's taken 4 seconds off, and Kiefer there also taking another 3 seconds off their entry time. So good swimming from everyone in the field as we wait for our final few swimmers to come down.
The highest point scorer in the race so far is actually our 4th place swimmer, Georgia Beerling, 411.
Well, I'll be looking across at Brooke Cotton, S6. She's coming into the wall now, swimming out of Rackley. I would feel that she would get a decent point score as well. 379, which is pretty tidy. But 485 for Kirby, S18.
So a great illustration there of how our multi-class events work. Caitlin Kirby has touched the wall in 7th in the race, but actually has 485 points.
So S18, another intellectual impairment category, and that would say a very good point score haul. Almost 500 points there for Caitlin Kirby. Last swimmer coming down to the wall now. So Anderton with 5 minutes to swim.
And Taylor touches the wall now. 7 minutes 56.56 and 346 points. So just confirming the result of our final heat in the 400 freestyle multi-class for women. Kirby, Beerling and Kiefer, the top 3 swimmers on points coming out of that heat. Plenty more action coming your way here. Day 1 heats at the Australian Open from the beautiful Gold Coast, and we'll have a couple of our out-and-out champs, Callum Simpson and Brendan Hall, in action right after this. Great to have you with us here from the beautiful Gold Coast Aquatic Centre on the most glorious of days. And the first morning of heats at the Australian Open. Into the men's 400 metres freestyle for multi-class swimmers. And a couple of our Olympic superstars in action. Brendan Hall from lane 4, Callum Simpson from lane 3, and actually the reigning national champ Harrison Vig in lane 5.
Take your marks.
So two swimmers at the opposite ends of their careers at the moment. Brendan Hall, the 32-year-old, well, the evergreen 32-year-old, the gold medal winner in the 400 freestyle from London and Rio, and the bronze medalist from Paris, and of course Callum Simpson won gold in the 100 freestyle in Paris and backed it up with a World Championship gold medal in Singapore last year.
Yeah, Brendan Hall sporting a nice beard, I got to say, which I wasn't expecting to see, especially coming into this meet. But looking very strong there in lane 4. But it is Harrison Vig, 23-year-old, also an S9 category swimmer who is right up there. Turned first at the 50, but now Brendan just starting to come back at them. 100-metre mark, still very early in this 400 metres freestyle.
Such a big, physically imposing man in the middle of the pool, Brendan Hall. But our reigning national champ, Harrison Vig, comes through, leads after 100 metres. Very little separating Hall and Simpson. And the silver medalist from the Nationals last year, Daniel Rigby, also lining up in this race. And not a lot between the leading 3 swimmers.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do as they're coming through. Vig will definitely want to get himself a good lane for tonight's final. The reigning champion, national champion for this event. He'll want to put himself in good stead for that, but Hall will not let him go. He's too experienced and too strong a swimmer to let that happen. And will Simpson be dragged along as well. Bit more of a sprinter is Callum Simpson, so he's doing a great job at holding on to these boys.
And so again, Vig continuing to lead from Brendan Hall, both our leading swimmers seemingly travelling fairly comfortably at the moment. And Simpson turns in 3rd, and then Rigby in 4th. Big difference between winning gold in the 100 metres, Emily, and stepping up to swim in the 400 here. Of course, we've got a history of our 400 swimmers being great relay swimmers in the shorter distances, but you don't often see swimmers take on the 100 and the 400 individually.
No, it's pretty unusual, but even for Simpson, throughout the MC Age Championships, swam the 400, the 100 freestyle, the 50s, and also slipped in some breaststroke there as well. So he really likes to swim a bit of everything, and he's doing a great job of this one this morning against probably one of his idols, I would say, with Hall.
Yeah, breaststroke in the mix. That's probably even stranger than the 1 and 400 mix. But yeah, Brendan Hall is an absolute mainstay, a fixture of the multi-class events for the past decade, you'd have to say. And coming down now to the 300-metre mark, it is Hall and Vig. So a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge going through. Maybe that beard just slowing Hall down just that little bit, dragging him through.
I don't know how Hall does it. He's got 2 kids, 2 very young kids. He also is a physio and swimming full-time.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know how you fit that all in, but still shows a lot of dominance in the pool as well.
Well, he didn't have time to shave. That's the reason he's got a beard.
Exactly right.
So Harrison Vig, good swim this. And he's pulled out to almost a couple of body lengths ahead of Brendan Hall. And our leading duo have opened up a good margin ahead of Simpson in 3rd position.
Those 2 boys too also have the advantage of training outdoors too. So you've got to think that comes into play in this competition, is being able to have that same sort of experience all the time.
Yeah, well, very much like a metronome. The arms roll over and they come into the wall. A great swim there, Harrison Vig, touching the wall first in a 4:22.61.
Wow, 862 points.
Yes, very strong swim.
Brendan Hall, 839. And in fact, Callum Simpson, 863 points.
So Hall and Vig both S9 swimmers, Simpson an S8 swimmer. That illustrates our point perfectly, doesn't it, Matt? That the category classification really makes a difference on that point score.
Incredibly high scoring race. Daniel Rigby, 725. And then Jack Gibson in lane 2, 718 points. So they've gone really quick in this opening heat.
It's not often, Em, that a 718 looks low.
No, that was incredible to watch. 3 800s in that race. That would be a world-class race right there for those boys. As we head now, this is heat number 2 at the blocks. We have 3 heats of this. And they have certainly just watched a beautiful race with those boys, and that's what the advantage is, being in this heat number 2 now. Those results official on your screen. 863 leading the way there from Simpson in that heat number 1.
What an incredible heat. High scoring. They've issued the challenge to their competitors here in heat number 2, which features the great Tim Hodge.
Take your marks.
Australia's reigning Paralympic and world champ in the 200 individual medley. And Tim Hodge swimming from lane 5.
Well, we said it before, but the boys would have seen those times from the previous heat and seen how dominant they are. As we said, it's the point score that gets you in the final tonight, and with 3 of the swimmers in the 800s, 2 more in the 700s, 5 of those spots are pretty much gone already. So you're going to have to work for it if you want to have a swim tonight. And it's exactly what they're doing in this second heat. So Alexander Hejaj in lane 4, 23-year-old from...
It's Reevesby Workers in Sydney.
Workers. I couldn't quite read that on the paper. Reevesby Workers in Sydney. Looking good there in the middle of the pool. Taking them through a pretty quick time. Hodge and Alford on his shoulders coming down to the 100-metre mark.
And a shout out to Luke McDonough swimming in lane 7. He is a local. In fact, he's from Broadbeach, just down the road here. His idol is Rio gold medalist Mac Horton, and Luke's also a lifesaver at the Broadbeach Surf Lifesaving Club. Volunteers his time at the weekends to do patrols, etc. And he featured at the multi-class age nationals on Saturday.
Down now for the third turn, 150-metre mark. And it still is Hejaj from Hodge. Less than a second between it. Hodge won't want to let him go. And it looks like the 3 boys are really wanting to separate themselves. Lane 6, though, Wills is willing himself to stay with that leading bunch. Coming down to the halfway mark. This is where you want to make the mark. And, wow, look at that rating. Look at that kick from Hejaj in the middle of the pool. He's made his mark now.
Yes, it's a very elaborate stroke, isn't it? Plenty of energy going into that. Hejaj continuing to lead by around a body length and a half. Hodge in second, Alford in third, then Wills in fourth. I just reckon Tim Hodge might have something to offer late in the race here, given his pedigree in individual medley swimming.
Well, he doesn't want to leave it too late. We've only got 3 laps to go after this turn. So if he's going to make his mark, he's got to do it quickly.
You would think, too, these boys want to save a little bit in the tank for tonight. They don't want to use everything up. But that
they've
race,
got to get there.
That first heat was so strong, those 800s, those 700s. Now, Matt, you were talking about Luke McDonough just before. Just swims down the road at TSS, so you would think for him he's probably raced here at this venue a lot over his time, and he would have, what would you say, Welshie, a home pool advantage almost?
Home area surely advantage, but looking here at Hejaj coming down with 100 metres to go, he started to breathe on the other side just so he could see if what was happening on the other side of the pool. Interestingly, always breathing to this side of the pool. So he doesn't breathe to his left or his right. He changes each 50 as he goes through. And now he's switched over. He just wants to have a look to see where everyone is, because I don't think he can believe he's out there all by himself.
He's really stepped on the gas here.
Yeah.
If we thought he was going to get a little tired, I think we might have been wrong, because with 50 metres left to swim, he's powered to the lead and opened up a sizable gap. Sorry, Em. Second place, Tim Hodge still.
Well, look at that kick as he comes through. 35 metres to swim, or 25 rather, at that midpoint. And he's brought in a big 6-speed kick. This is an enormous finish from our swimmer in lane 4. Zhaj is coming down with 5 metres to swim. He is absolutely on a charge to get to that wall first.
And he will touch that wall first, that 4:18.40. We'll have to wait and see as those point scores come up. Tim Hodge there with that 841, another 800, boys. So fantastic to see that. 4:24.77. A great swim for him. 624. Alfred there in lane number 3, that point score coming through. And it was interesting to watch Hodge too. He breathes both sides. So I think for him, that's a way that he can see his competitors. So he breathes both sides as he swims down the pool, which is sometimes a little bit tougher to do. Sometimes you have one side that you favour, but he was able to breathe to both sides. As we have a look at those point scores coming through, another 523, a 503 for Luke Madonna. As we just wait, a couple of those haven't popped up yet.
Including our race winner.
Yeah, still waiting on a few results to come through. As Martin is coming down to the wall now, doing a great job in this 400-metre freestyle. He's had a massive program at the Age Championships. So maybe a little bit tired. Do you think you get a bit tired from all that racing, don't you, Welshie?
Look, it's definitely got to take the edge off, and the 400 is where you're going to see it pretty hard. But fantastic finish there, 5:37. And just a bit off his best of a 5:22, though.
So Tim Hodge, who touched the wall in second position, has returned 841 points. Another incredible scoring race.
As those results are now official on your screen, Hodge there taking out that heat number 2. Another 800. Boys, we're getting pretty lucky with these point scores, because not often do we see those high point scores in those 800s, especially in the heats this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to make the final, and the last chance is right now.
You just saw there as well our race winner.
Yeah, down in 4th place.
Alexander Hajaj on point score actually missed the top 3.
Take your marks.
So the final heat in the men's 400 freestyle multi-class, Eddie Clare, 13 years of age from Engadine in Sydney. Ryan McGrain next to him in lane 2, 33 years of age from Geelong in Victoria. Daniel Engelbrecht from Ripple St Mary's, 15 years of age, lane 3. Lane 4, Jackson King from Sunshine Coast Grammar. Lane 5, Oscar Driscoll from Dapto. Lane 6, Joe Engelbrecht from Ripples St Mary's. I'm guessing he and Daniel are brothers. And Deacon Chopping, lane 7 from Redcliffe Leagues Club.
Another strong race out there. Looking very good. Driscoll in 5, King in 4. Having quite a battle. We've seen a lot of these 400s where someone takes the lead at the start and then holds the lead, but we've also seen people be able to come back really strong in that last 50 metres. Sometimes we see that's when that kick comes into play and they really fight down to that finish to get their hand on the wall. But we're waiting to see those times, but also those high point scores come through. We've seen a lot of 800s this morning. This goal leading them through in that 1:13.85 in front of those boys in the lanes next to him. He's doing a great job of this 400. So stick to those race plans. He has had a really big age championships, and here back this morning 841 from Hodge just before, but we saw that top point score so far from Simpson, that 863. So fantastic to see those point scores in the morning, and it will be certainly very tough to make it back for the final tonight.
On the list of most grueling events to swim, where's the 400 freestyle sit?
It sits
somewhere
out of my
in there.
program, so
it sits somewhere in there. I mean, you've got to put 400 AM, 1500, that sort of thing somewhere near the top. But the
200 butterfly, it would be pretty up there.
Yeah, but the 400's in there in the mix for sure. A lot of swimmers would have to think about, if they've got a multi-event, whether it sits in their program, whether, especially on day one, how much it's going to affect the other races. So it's a pretty tricky race.
It's a mixture between endurance and sprint as well, isn't it? It's kind of a hybrid event.
Definitely, and we see that more and more, even in open water events. It's that sprint to get out, and then coming back. We see third and fourth in this race, the twins, with Joe and Daniel only 0.2 of a second separating themselves at the halfway mark. But it's definitely a matter of getting out hard, holding on, and then sprinting at the end. We saw a great sprint in that previous race from Hajjaj, getting to that wall first. But it really is a pace event. And as we said before, these swimmers will be working on their pace, making sure they're holding that the whole way through. The conditions here, absolutely beautiful here on the Gold Coast, but the conditions here can play into it as well. If the sun's in your eyes as a backstroker, in your peripheral vision as a freestyler, all these things you've got to put out of your mind and just stick to your race plan and go for it.
So our two brothers, Daniel and Joe Engelbrecht, separated by 1/100th of a second.
Separated by nothing about 15 years ago.
That's very true.
But
maybe a matter of minutes, Matt.
Yes.
So King leads. Driscoll in second position in the overall race. Jackson King, an S8 competitor, and Oscar Driscoll, an S14 swimmer.
Doing a great job out in front is King at the moment, your S8 athlete. Also Claire out there, S6. So you know that they will be able to produce some really high scores. But chopping out in lane number 7, doing a great job. Now he swam almost every single event at the Age Championships, and he enjoyed the 400 free so much, he tumble turned and kept going. He felt that good. He really loved it, and he enjoyed every moment of being out there. And watching him in the finals, wave to the cameras, he really just thrived on that energy, which I love to see from the young ones. Sometimes you don't get that from the older athletes. You don't get that pure enjoyment. They look so serious sometimes, so it's great to mix it up with the young ones as well.
Well, that's what, this sport is all about, is having your moment to shine and get out there. Training is pretty grueling, and as they're coming down to touch now, there was nothing in that. 6/100ths of a second separating King and Driscoll onto the wall. And that moment to shine was definitely Driscoll getting the fastest time, but King with the highest point score. So 5:34 is the point score to beat in this race, where that will place amongst all of the heats, all 3 heats. We'll wait to see as Joe touches the wall first in a 5:44 and Daniel in a 5:49. So about 50 metres to swim for our final swimmers in this final heat of the men's multi-class 400 metres freestyle. And that's 6:42 from McGrain in lane 2. Do you reckon that's going to be in the mix, Em? It's going to be close.
It's so hard to tell. We had so many high point scores in that 800. I think about 4 to 5 swimmers now in that 800. We had 2 in the 700, and the 600s were quite stacked. So a 642 definitely will be close.
Yeah.
Definitely will be close, which is crazy to think that a 642 won't make the final. But
Eddie,
that just goes to show how strong they were.
Eddie Clare over in lane 1. 10 metres away from the wall.
So S6 swimmer.
And then Deacon chopping. Our final swimmer to touch in heat number 3 of the men's 400 free multi-class.
Great job for all those boys out there. That 642 sitting at the top so far as we just wait for one more to come through on that point score. As we have a look at the next event on the program, Matt Welsh, this has to be one of my favorite races, the 200 backstroke. I feel like for me, the 100 and the 50 were too short. There wasn't enough room to make any changes, but 200 actually becomes a bit tactical. I think you can play around with it a lot. Kaylee does this a lot. She is known for that back end of her race. Something that I really enjoyed when I swam the 200 was the back end, playing around with that. But she has really taken it to a whole new level with a 2:03.14, if you can believe that. Saying that out loud seems crazy. A 2:03.14. People would love that as a freestyler, let alone a backstroker being able to swim that.
You can see the warm-up pool there. That's where Kaylee would have come from. And you want to get a good look at Kaylee. Well, she's going to have 4 laps to do it in the 200 metres backstroke. 817 points from that previous race, just following up. So that should give them good. So Claire got that out in that lane 1. But eyes squarely now into the women's 200 metres backstroke. The first 100 is important, but for me, it's the third lap. That third 50 is what will make or break it. And we see the efficiency of the stroke in that lap. But I'm looking forward, actually, even though it's a 200, I'm looking forward to the start. I think Kaylee McKeown has got one of the best starts going around in anything, male, female, anything. She is so efficient. It's not flashy, it's not anything, but it is so purposeful as we wait for the start of the race.
You can see there as well, following the 200 backstroke for women, the men's 200 fly featuring Harrison Turner, a recent World Championship bronze medalist and the only Australian to have medalled in that event at a World Champs. They're still just hanging on for the ratification of some results from that previous event. We might have a discrepancy with some of the point scores that we're trying to rectify.
So 4 heats of the women's 200 metres backstroke. We see the results there from the previous heat. Heat 3 of the men's 400 freestyle, and that point score 6:42 from McKeown. Claire's point score, I think, needed to be updated, and it was 3:42. So top 10 point scores through to the final, and now the simplicity in comparison of just the top 10 times through to the final. And that's what Kaylee will be doing this morning, is ensuring she has hopefully her favoured lane 4 for tonight's final.
Do you think, too, coming out, Kaylee's probably looking down the other end, looking at those flags slightly moving,
They
and
are
going,
moving.
okay, there's a little adjustment I need to make on those turns at the 50-metre end as she gets set for this 200 backstroke.
Take your marks.
Well, what a treat to see the greatest backstroke swimmer ever in the pool this morning here on the Gold Coast. The great Kaylee McKeown in lane 4.
She's moved back to her home program too, so she's back at USC Spartans, back on the coast, which is where she started her career. So I think for her it's a full circle moment. And she comes out flying, like you said, Welshie, she has a beautiful start. She's one of the fastest out there, and here she comes into that first turn, turning through in that 29.92. So a great start for her. Not only is she great at starts, Welshie, but she's brilliant underwater.
She was brilliant in that underwater off the start. I think she had a tape measure out because she measured to perfection down to the millimetre on that 15-metre. The underwater butterfly kick can be a lot faster, more efficient than the backstroke stroke up on the surface. more surface tension. Our scientists will be able to explain that more. But 5 minutes to go to the halfway point. She rolls over nicely and touches in a 102.6. So very tidy out and a good 4 or 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, which is quite remarkable in a race that's only 4 laps.
So the winner of the double, the 100 and 200 backstroke at consecutive Olympic Games, Kaylee McKeown, swimming in a race of her own, right out in front.
She's found herself over on that lane rope and probably not sitting as high as she will in the final tonight. She's definitely turned off the afterburners in that third 50. I think she went out in the pace that she wants to potentially tonight, and now is just swimming at home. So definitely leaving more in the tank for tonight, and showed us what she's capable of. The rest of the field now racing for honours, who can get to the wall in that second, third and fourth place. And it's a really good battle between the three of them. So they're in lane 4, Forrester, lane 5 rather, lane 3 in Sheldrick, and out in 7, Glintmeyer looking strong, but it's Kaylee the whole way.
Very strong onto that wall in that 2:09.73. Forrester there with that second touch, 2:13.42. And Sheldrick with that third touch, 2:15.91. That looked like a very cruisy swim for Kaylee this morning, just getting everything right with those skills. Those underwaters were perfection. That start was beautiful. Great to see her bring that world-class performance out here this morning. A 2:09, you'd think she's having a lot in the tank for tonight, and you would think she's not even fully rested for this too.
Well, this is true, and we saw the 400 swimmers earlier looking not as puffed as you'd expect after a 400. I think Kaylee just did her cool down in that last lap. She looks as fresh as a daisy. She's smiling, taking in the sun, getting a bit of a tan while she can. You've got to be a classy swimmer to take out the first heat by 4 seconds and still have so much left in the tank. That's quite extraordinary.
Well, she's about 6 seconds off her personal best time, so you think it's a little bit easy.
Your marks.
Her personal best time, which just happens to be the world record, of course.
Yeah, just casually.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get a PB tonight.
So Hannah Fredericks swimming from lane 4 here. She's actually the reigning national champ, having won this last year.
Off to a strong start in lane number 1. Costello doing a great job, ever so slightly holding on to that lead. As you can see, that Fredrickson is starting to make her move in that first turn. It will be Martin out the front in 31.37. Doing a great job, our visitor from New Zealand, over Miller there in lane number 2. As we have a look, this is now where you find your rhythm. That first 50 is controlled speed. That second 50, this is where you find a little bit of rhythm. And like Welshie said, that third 50, that's where you got to make some moves.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to start pushing it in that third 50 as they come down to the halfway mark. And it's got a real race on our hands. It was a race of 1 in the first heat, but it is on in this second heat. Miller through first.
Fredericks second. In fact, tied for second with Zoe Arminsden. So not too much between the first 4 swimmers in this race. But have a look for Hannah Fredericks to make a move on this 50, and she's doing so now. Upping the stroke rate. She was a semi-finalist in this event at the World Champs in Singapore last year, and class is starting to prevail as Hannah pulls through the field.
Just to put it into perspective too, Kaylee turned in that 1:02.68. These girls in this heat turning to in that 1:05, so it definitely goes to show that Kaylee really puts a lot on that first 100, and she really left a lot out of the tank on that second 100. You can see Fredrickson really making a move here. Fredericks looking great in lane number 4 from St. Peter's Western. She's holding on to that lane rope, Welshie, and I think the big tip here is if you hit the lane rope, stick with it.
Stay there.
She's on the wall now.
That's a good time. Yeah, 2:11.43, slightly slower than Kaylee. But that second 100 metres most eye-catching. Arminsden finishes in second position, and Ivy Miller in third.
Yeah, very nice swim there. They really were racing for second. Bit of a shout out there to Jessie Welsh. Thank you for that cap years ago. We still got it. But great swim there from the namesake. But they really were swimming 4 seconds. Such a dominant display that they had from Kaylee in that first heat. Third heat now out. Bella Grant from USC Spartans, third fastest through in these heats on the entries for, so she'll be looking for a spot tonight.
And a training partner of Kaylee McKeown, of course, from that same program.
Now, just off my predictions so far, looking around that 2:16 mark for the spot to come back into tonight's final. So we'll have to wait and see what this heat can produce, but that first heat was very fast with that 2:09, a 2:13 and 2:15, and that one a fair few 15s and 16s in there. So we'll wait and see what these girls can produce. This is heat number 3 of 4.
Take your marks.
So in qualification time, Bella Grant has a couple of seconds advantage over the rest of the field. She starts in lane 4.
So we saw those splits from those first couple of heats. We know what to expect. We know what they're going to go out in. I think we need to take Kaylee's time out of the mix and look at who was coming through. Who was coming through on those second, third, fourth times. And they turn through at the 50-metre mark. It is Burgess, 30.9. So very swiftly out, which is nice. And it's pretty close across the field. So George, Banks, Burgess, all looking good out there at the top of the screen. And this third 50 now will really set the tone for the rest of the race. Can they get down? Can they do a time fast enough to get them into the final?
A beautiful first 100 there, that 104.21. They're just doing a great job of that first 100 at this 200 metres backstroke. Now, backstroke is certainly a lot harder to see anyone else next to you. So sometimes you're racing this backstroke by yourself, and she's doing a great job of this. Now, the advantage here for backstrokers, I think, Welshie, is this screen at the end of the pool. Sometimes I like to look at that at the turn and be able to see your time and being able to see where you're placed in the field as well. So that screen's right at that 50-metre end for those swimmers, so they might be able to have a cheeky look. As Burgess still turns in front there, that 1:38.27.
And she's almost a couple of seconds clear of the rest of the field. This is a fantastic swim from Melissa Burgess from the Highlanders Club.
Quite a battle there for the lanes next to her. So Grant, Banks and George all fighting out for that second and third position on the wall.
Bella Grant starting to pull through. Probably not the best start to the race that she was looking for. Burgess wins, and Bella is going to be too quick for Banks and George. And Grant in second, Banks third, George in fourth spot. But Alyssa Burgess, 2:12.37, cracking time.
I think it was about the third fastest, is that right?
Yeah, third fastest time so far, so a great swim for her. Definitely throwing it out there to be in that final tonight. That third position, that 2:16.02. So that 2:16 mark looking to be the top 10 positions for tonight's final. As we have a look now, those results are official on your screen. That 2:12.37 there, that is looking to be your third fastest time so far. As we have a look now, this is your fourth and final heat. This is your women's 200-metre backstroke.
Take your marks.
Clarissa Goodwin from Camden in lane 2. Claire Matheson from Ballarat Gold in lane 3. Lane 4, Lucinda Jones. From this very pool in Southport, lane 5, Kate McCarthy from Atlantis Club. Lane 6, Alicia Livingston from Marion. And lane 7, Emerson Nunn, 16 years of age, from St Hilda's.
So just on my calculations, that 2:16.1 looking to be the top 10 spots for tonight's final. But look at that race we have on our hands, Welshie. We don't often see them so neck and neck with each other. They're certainly doing a great job of this 200 backstroke. It can be hard with that sun shining in their eyes, but like we said, if you hit that lane rope, stick with that lane rope. You don't want to swim more meters than you have to, and if you try and move away from that lane rope, you can find yourself just moving to the other side. As we come down for that first 100 meters, looking very strong. Out in lane number 3, Patterson leading through in that 1:09.35, just in front of Jones there, that 1:09.37. Not much in it between those first few competitors. McCarthy there in that 1:10.0. It's very tight, this race, Welshie.
We often see that, don't we, Em, in these lower heats. The entry times will be very, very similar. The seeding takes place in the first 3 heats. So this 4th heat, only, what are we looking about? 3 seconds thereabouts separating the entire field. So we expect some close racing, but you said it before. Look at those flags on your screen bouncing around. They use them to judge where the wall is. That's going to make life very hard to judge that wall. It's a little bit more stable in the wind down this end of the pool. So,
well, maybe the home pool advantage is actually a significant factor here for Lucinda Jones. She's being encouraged by a good contingent of fans here poolside, and this is a fantastic swim. And Jones powering away with a very comfortable lead. It's a good race for second. Emerson Nunn making up a heap of ground out in lane 7. In fact, it's a dead heat for second between Livingston and Nunn. But no doubt about the winner, Lucinda Jones, the local swimmer.
Some very tidy swims in the final heat of the women's 200 metres backstroke. We wait for confirmation of times from the 4th heat. And at the same time, we cast our eye forward in the program. We have the men's 200 metres butterfly coming up. The Australian record holder, Harrison Turner, 1:54.17. That's his entry time as the fastest qualifier. And here are those results from the previous heat. So, hometown hero from Southport, 2:23.58. We see the summary. Who will make it through? What is the fastest time? It's a 2:16.1 from Glintmire. But all eyes will be on Kaylee McKeown for tonight's final. Only a second ahead, but we know how much she's got in reserve for that. So the men's 200 butterfly, the boys are out on deck, ready to go. We've got 4 heats of the 4-lap butterfly event. And Harrison Turner from Nudgee College, 22-year-old. Probably won't be looking for a 1:54 this morning. In fact, he's got a good lead over the rest of the field, but anything under 2 will be a very strong swim from this morning.
Take your marks.
So Harrison Turner, the history maker from the Singapore World Champs, and broke Australia's run of outs for a medal in the 200 butterfly in that event, finishing behind Luca Orlando, the gold medal winner, and Krzysztof Chmielewski of Poland, who won silver. And Harrison Turner, of course, he broke Nick Darcy's national record, which had stood since all the way back in 2009. 1:54.17 was his time.
Yeah, I remember that that supersuit era, 09, 08, 09, and towards the start of 010 or 210, that yeah, we thought a lot of those records would never be broken, and it's good that we're getting back, we're getting catching up to that line, and a very well-deserved national record there from Harrison Turner, who I
think on a world perspective, I think all the supersuit records are gone now.
Yeah, I think one of the last was obviously that 53. The 1500s took a little while, but yeah, it was. It's good that we're back on sort of clean billing and doing well. And the 200 butterfly is a grueling event at the best of times. So having that advantage of the suit really does make a difference.
So out in lane 2, Daniel Craigting, one of our New Zealand visitors. They're swimming well, the Kiwis. They've done well so far this morning. He was right up there on the speed, although there's very little separating the first 4 swimmers. Sean Alcorn turned in the lead. Turner in second spot. Daniel Beauchart, lane 6, in third. And we see Harrison Turner starting to pull through in the centre of the pool. Very strong back end. Finishing over the top here. And Turner's going to go through and win. Alcorn in second position. And New Zealand's Daniel Craigting finishes in third.
Well, we thought a time of under 2 would be a strong heat swim. It's exactly what you got. I think Sean Alcorn couldn't believe that he came over the top of him. He looked across after the finish to say, how did you come home so fast? So second heat will know the times. Absence in Seabom Lee as our second fastest qualifier in this heat. You'll see an empty lane there in the middle of the pool, which is a shame, but still plenty more swimmers vying for their spot in the final for the Australian Open 200 butterfly.
We don't often see that a lot as a swimmer in lane 4 withdrawing, but I did see him yesterday in the warm-up pool, so I know he is here. So maybe he's just targeting those other events. We know he's very strong in those medleys as well, so maybe he's just setting his sights on those medleys, I would say. I mean, great swim from Harrison Turner, though, that 59.82. So that top 4 positions, that 202.82 rounding out the top 4. So we got to be thinking around the 203, maybe even 204s to make the final tonight, but certainly leaves a spot open with Seabom Lee not in this heat number 2.
Take your marks.
So the second heat underway. As you mentioned, Emily, Seabom Lee is a late withdrawal. He was due to start in lane 4. At the top of the pool, Matt Clifford from Marion has gone powering out in lane 0. And then James Gauci looks like he's racing him over in lane 1.
Dreyer there turning through that first 50, 26.67. A beautiful first 50. I think with the butterfly, use that momentum off the blocks to get you through that first 50, and then this is where the race gets really tough, isn't it, Welshie? You've got to hold on to that technique, hold on to the strength and the power as they come down to that 100-metre turn. Dreyer in front there, out in lane number 3. You can see him in that orange cap out the front, taking that turn, 57.01. A great first 100 there for him in front of Metcalf, out in lane number 7, 57.60. Now with this butterfly, Welshie, do you think it's really important to utilise that underwater as well?
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? The butterfly, all the strokes change from that 50 to 100 to 200, and you can really see in the 200 they're breathing every stroke. They're utilising their kick, but not as much as you would see in the 50. They're coming now down to the 150-metre mark. Let's see how far they do go underwater. You don't want to overdo the kick, but you need to set yourself up for a good last 50.
That was a fantastic 50-metre section by Xavier Metcalf in lane 7. He was almost neck and neck with Caleb Dreyer. So 25 metres to swim now. It might be Dreyer narrowly ahead of Metcalf, but it's going to go down to the touch of the wall. Dryer's led from the outset. Metcalf is really finishing strongly. It's Dreyer at 0.02 of a second ahead of Metcalf.
Barely anything in that. I even thought Metcalf might have had it on the touch, but with that butterfly, it's really important. We see a lot of wins with that hand on the wall. It's getting that hand on the wall, timing perfectly of that last stroke, isn't it, Welshie?
Yeah, obviously a lot of work in training for that, but there's a T on the bottom of the pool. They know it's sort of basically one stroke from there. and really important to get that right. We see so many races, and we've seen a lot of butterfly races being separated by 1/100th of a second. It's a long way to go to lose it on the finish.
So a great job for those boys. 200 for the first 2 spots there. As we look now, this is heat number 3.
Expecting the action to come from at the centre of the pool here. Kaio Gallo in lane 4. Qualification time of 1 minute 59.35. And next to him in lane 5, Alex Quash. 1:59.69.
We've only seen one swimmer so far under that 2-minute mark. So Harrison Turner in that first heat, a 1:59.82 as they take that first turn, 26.61. So a very flying first 50. As we have a look at that stroke, you can see you really utilize that power in butterfly. It's all about that power. Do you think it is more important, leg or arm drive, Welshie?
In the 200, I sort of think it's probably a little bit more arm. You know, the legs obviously are very important to keep the rhythm in the stroke, but you need to have that shoulder strength to be able to hold it all the way through. You can sort of get away with it a little bit in the 50, but the 100 and the 200 especially, it's got to be a whole body. You can see them sucking in the oxygen as they do every single stroke, making sure that they're good to go. In fact, looking very strong there, lane 6, Harvey Lark. Breathing every 2, so he's pretty comfortable and cruisy in his stroke. And he is taking them through at the 150-metre mark.
But they're starting to close the gap. So Harvey Lark continues to lead, Quash in second, and Gallo, who was back as far as 6th position earlier in the race, is saving his energy for the back end. And Gallo really starting to power through now in lane 4. Quash from Gallo, they were the 2 best times in qualification. Very little separating them on their qualifying times. And maybe Gallo just going to the wall slightly better.
As we have a look at those times, very quick from that third heat there. 2 boys under that 2-minute barrier. So fantastic to see. 1:59.62 and a 1:59.95. And what a battle it was for those 2 boys. Gallo taking home that first touch position and taking also that top seeded position. So you would think that would sit him in lane 4 for that final tonight. So a great result for him as we have a look. A 2:02.06 for that third touch and a 2:02.60. So definitely that 2:02 mark looking to be the cutoff for that top 10 positions. This is heat number 4.
Oh, I'd like to know what the last 50 split was from that previous heat, because that was very much a back-ended race from Gallo and Quash. Let's see what heat 4 has for us in store. Sam Kenny, fastest qualifier, visitor from New Zealand. Nothing between them, but it is very early in the race, obviously. So 3 swimmers so far underneath the 2-minute mark. And swimmers in this final heat will be looking around that sort of 2:10 to a 9 mark, hopefully PBing in a 7 or an 8. So let's see how they go through at the 100-metre mark.
So Zach Gordon from Caulfield swimming in lane 2. Lane 4, Sam Kenny from the New Zealand club. Trenton Jones from the Taree Torpedoes in northern New South Wales in lane 5. And Isaac Rees from New Swim in lane 6.
So nothing separating them really at the halfway mark. So now into that all-important third 50. And we saw a really dynamic final 50 in the previous heat. Have these boys saved enough, or are they really going after it? They actually look very strong. Isaac Rees in lane 6 has really made the most of this third 50. The kick has come in strong. The stroke has come in strong as he touches first. 1:34.1 with 50 metres to go. He's gained about a body length in just that 50 metres. So he is definitely making the most of this opportunity. But here comes Jones and Kenny. they're going to want a bit of the action. And with 25 metres to swim, it's still anyone's race.
Yes, he stepped on the gas there. Isaac Rees, is there something left in the tank? He's being challenged by Jones in particular. And Trenton Jones from the Taree Torpedoes is finishing like a torpedo. That's a fantastic last 50 metres. Jones from Rees, then Gordon, and then Kenny.
Touching in that 2:09.64 for Jones to take out that fourth and final heat. Reeves there with the second touch, that 2:11.65 and 2:13.05 for Gordon for that third touch. As we wait to see the summary and who will make it through to come back tonight and swim that 200 butterfly. I'm thinking around the 2:02.60 for 10th spot for that final tonight.
Well, you're pretty good at your predictions, so
I do like to keep track of it.
You do very, very well.
As we have a look at the next event on the program, that women's 100-metre freestyle. Now, this is one of those golden events that we have. We have always shown great dominance in the freestyle events, in the freestyle relays. In the 100-metre freestyle, we have a lot of depth in the squad. As we have a look, those results are official now. That summary should be coming up on your screen very soon.
Well, if we look at the records for this race, the Australian record, 51.96, Emma McKeown. The all-comers record, 52.0, Kate Campbell. And the title holder, 53.1, Molly O'Callaghan. I mean, three of the biggest names in the sport and in the event. And that is why we love the 100 freestyle. Meg Harris, fastest in this, lane 4.
Take your marks.
So Meg Harris, world champ, of course, in the 50 from Singapore. She was second at the Nationals last year behind Molly O'Callaghan in the 100 freestyle. Australia have won 6 world titles in the women's 100. Jodie Henry 05, Libby Langton 07, Kate Campbell 2013, Bronte 2 years later, and most recently the great Molly O'Callaghan in 2022 and 2023. Meg Harris from Alex Perkins after 50 metres.
Turning through that first 50 together, Harris and Perkins in that 26.00. Looking very good out there is Harris in for moving away
Hannah
from the rest
Casey
of the
starting
field.
to surge through. And getting right up within a touching distance of second position. A comfortable win for Meg. Perkins has held on for second. Casey has got third.
Meg not timing that touch incredibly well. Went to touch with the right, but stretched out with the left. And even just that would be another few tenths of a second. But the time has been set, 53.7 for the first heat. Perkins in second. Second heat up on the blocks.
Take your marks.
So Molly O'Callaghan in lane 4. Her training partner from St Peters Western, Miller Jansen, in lane 5.
Coming off the blocks firing is Molly O'Callaghan there, looking strong in the middle of the field in that purple suit, white cap. Certainly done a great job of these freestyle events. That 200 freestyle, probably known as her best event so far, but she certainly can do the speed as well. Turns through in that 25.80, so faster than that first heat. Jensen right next to her in that 26.18, and looking very good is Molly O'Callaghan in the lead.
I'm also a fan of Molly O's backstroke. I think she's a brilliant backstroker too. But with about 10 metres to swim, it's Molly O the whole way.
And Molly O'Callaghan by a body length in that fairly comfortable fashion, 53.26. Miller Jansen in second, and Abby Webb has snatched third on the wall.
And so, what a time that was.
Fastest so far.
53.26. Very good, very quick 100 there, and her first swim too, so fantastic to see her blow out the cobwebs and
well
really
executed.
produce a good time.
Yeah, really well executed. Got everything right at the start, the pacing, the turn, the finish. perfect execution.
And that's why she is one of the greats.
Shayna Jack in the pool in heat 3, swimming out of lane 5. Gold medal winner in the 4x1 and 4x2, and was 5th in this event individually in Paris. And swimming next to her, Olivia Wunsch in lane 4.
Now, as commentators, we don't have favourites, but I'm just saying I'm a bit of a Shayna Jack fan. I think she holds herself so well and she swims so beautifully. The 25.66, she leads them out from Wunsch in lane 4 next to her. Let's see how the girls come back. Wunsch is starting to come back, but Shayna looking very strong.
One of the up-and-coming stars of Australian swimming, Olivia Wunsch, taking the race to Shayna Jack here. Olivia starting to really pull through late. Shayna looking to surge back on the wall, actually. There's very little, but in fact, it's a dead heat.
Wow, what a finish for those girls. 53.19 for Wunsch and for Jack there, taking home a double heat. We don't see that very often, do we, Welshie?
No, the tie, yes, they embrace each other in the middle of the pool. Yeah, Jack did such a good job. Shayna took them out beautifully at the 50-metre mark. And Wunsch really took hold in the second 50, but with 10 centimetres to go, I think the fingernails on Jack just got her there. So, again, great execution.
She does love the big fingernails, so maybe that's what got her to the wall.
I can see them stretching out to the touchpad.
Take your marks.
So we're into heat number 4 of 7. One of the blue riband events. The 100 freestyle for women. A familiar name in Australian swimming. In lane 8, Adriana Feidler. Of course, her father, a very famous figure in the sport, was part of that very, well, iconic relay team, wasn't he? At the Sydney Olympics.
Very much. Shout out to Chris. Hey, mate. Girls are doing incredibly well in the race. And not a lot for the field. You can see across the field, looking good. Maybe out in lane 1 is our visitor.
Yeah, it's a wall of swimmers. It's going to come right down to the touch. It's Jess Cole in lane 5.
A 56.24 for her to take out that 4th heat. A great swim. Certainly came through in the back end of that race, so really had a strong last 25 metres and a brilliant time for her, so fantastic to see that.
Our second place swimmer, Adriana Alicia Bakali Marti from the Cuba Club. They've come from far and wide to swim this week.
Well, this is the Australian Open, open to all, and they're making the most of it.
Heat 5 of 7. Good start by, that's Madeline Trumbull in lane 5. Next to her, Elizabeth Gann in lane 4, wearing the yellow cap. And then Emily Draper in lane 3, also coming through. Once again, a body length separating all the athletes. It is Draper who goes through the lead from Gann.
Yeah, I love these heats, these outside of the seeded heats. This is where the best racing comes in, and they're really pushing it. Lane 4 and 5, nothing between them, but the rest of the field is tight as well. So we come down. This is where all of that work in training comes down to who can get to the wall first.
It's Gann with the narrow advantage, and she has got there. 57.43. Emily Draper in second position. And Neve Taskata, another of our New Zealand visitors, in third.
Yeah, we get a lot of the New Zealand crew over, and they're fantastic racers, really good at their skills. We see the New Zealand swimmers underwater with their dolphin kicks, great turns, great starts. It's fantastic to have a bit of that international flavour. It may only be from New Zealand, but from Cuba, from Japan, Singapore, we're getting them from all over.
Take your marks.
But have a look who's lining up in lane 0. The great Alexa Leary. Great to see her in the pool for the first time this week.
Yeah, swimming in the able-bodied 100 freestyle, quite special when we get our multi-class swimmers being able to do that. Sasha Henriksen, our fastest qualifying lane 4, but looks like lane 6 to me. Emma Doherty at the halfway mark. Doherty does take them through in a 27.16.
An excellent turn from her as well. But Mack out in lane 8. Also surging through this final 50. She might have just taken the lead, actually. It's Mack from the USA Club and Emma Doherty in lane 6. They look like they've got the race between them. Doherty going home the better of the two.
She will touch the wall first there in that 56.49 in front of Mack, that 57.06. What a swim. The Bonn University, Doherty there doing a great job of that. Mack there from USA, I know she lives in Australia now, loves it here, but great to see that the Australian Open can really pull in some competitors from all over the world. As we move now, this is heat number 7 at the blocks as those results are official on your screen. Looking around that 55.5 marker, I think, for top 10 positions for tonight's final.
Well, this will be the last chance. This is the final heat, 7 of 7. So they're off and racing in the final heat. So looking for our final chance of making the final top 10 tonight. But more so looking for personal best times. Only about 0.2 of a second separating this field at going in, with Kowalski in lane 4 looking good, but it's lane 6, Nicola White, who takes him through first, 27.96. Second through Fraser, 28.1 just behind her. But it is very tight across the field. As I said, this is where some of the best racing comes in. They'll be looking across on each breath, making sure that they're giving everything they can in this last 10 metres. Stretch out to those walls, get those fingernails onto the wall as quickly as possible. Looking good is Kowalski in 4. She gets there just in a 58.90. 1/100th in front of Anthorpe out in lane 2. And Fraser third to the wall in a 59.1. So final swim of the women's 100 freestyle. It had a lot to live up to with some big names, but we got some big swims there. The results on your screen from
nice
that
little
final
PB
heat.
for her too.
Yeah, we saw.
Great to see.
None of the girls had broken 59 going into that, so getting under 59 is a great effort there.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that summary to come through to find out who is going to be in that final tonight.
What was
Coming
your call?
up on your screen, 55.5.
55.1, you were close. Very nice work. Molly O, though, 53.26.
That was such a brilliant swim for her.
Very,
she looked
very
very
well.
strong, very comfortable. And that 53.26 will take that top place over Harris there and Wunsch and Jack. I mean, that is a stacked final right there. That 100 freestyle will be one to watch tonight as we now look to the next event on the program. That is your women's multi-class 50-metre butterfly. So down the other end of the pool, a nice cheeky 50 in there. So it's nice to mix it up. And our multi-class athletes have been on fire. Our age group athletes have already been out here for 2 days. Now it's time for the open athletes to come out and show us what they can do. We've seen some really high point scores already, haven't we, Welshie? A lot of 800s in there from the men's this morning in that 400-metre freestyle, which was fantastic to see. And now we see what these ladies can produce. We know that with multi-class swimming, it's all about that point system. So not so much on who gets their hand on the wall first. It's waiting to see those point scores come through. As we have a look, you can see a couple of S19 athletes, S10, S6 and an S14 in there. So we'll wait and have a look.
So apparently we're ready to go. I was wondering if this was a timing issue. We're ready to go, but we don't have a swimmer. So we're missing a swimmer from the first heat of the women's multi-class 50 metres butterfly. 3 heats this morning, and again, top 10 through. I think we found the swimmer. We have, so they weren't quite ready, but we are good to go for heat 1. Off and racing for heat 1 of the women's multi-class 50 butterfly. That all-important underwater dolphin kick to bring them to the surface. And now the big stroke to bring them to the wall. Trying to keep that head down as much as you can. Trying to keep your body as streamlined as you can, driving yourself forward. Looking good there in the middle of the pool is Anthorpe in lane 4. She's got about a body length or close enough from Atkinson and Moore on her shoulders. But Anthorpe does touch at a 31.00. And Atkinson coming in second with a 31.59. Looks to have the haul of the points there, Em.
That 766 is looking very good out there as we just wait for those point scores to become official. Atkinson there in lane number 5, your S14 athlete, that 31.59. 766 points is a great morning swim for her as those athletes are leaving the pool. We'll wait for those results to become official and make sure that we are ready for that heat number 2. Those girls leaving the pool now. That's 766 so far, holding on to that lead as we just wait for those results to become official. Perfect morning here on the Gold Coast. The sun is shining. Well, it's turned afternoon now. We've been here since the morning, but it's turned afternoon. And we're just waiting. The sun's shining. The results are in, and we'll have a look at those point scores. So Atkinson taking home that first heat there in that 766. So, well, you got to think that will be the marker for the rest of the heats. That 766 is pretty good.
We've only seen a handful of times above that this morning, and which was quite remarkable. But that's got to put her in great stead for the final. Only the 3 heats this morning in the 50 butterfly multi-class at the Australian Open. So really good chance to make the final for tonight.
Take your marks.
We've got a Paralympic gold medalist lining up in this heat. Lane 6, Emily Beecroft, a gold medal winner as part of our 4x100 metres mixed medley relay team. And Kate Wallington is back after contesting the 400 freestyle earlier. That's a very busy schedule. It's Wallington and Hupparts who are going stroke for stroke, and the latter has got there. Wallington second, Beecroft in third.
Having a look at that point score now, that 703 looking good from Sayo out in lane number 1. Leading the markers so far, a 632 there. And a 550 out there, Fraser from lane number 2. But that 703 looking very good so far.
Geez, we're getting some good swims here this morning under the sun at the Gold Coast at the Australian Open. 703. That's definitely going to be up there. Only 1 heat to go, 3 in total. The men are up next after a short break for their chance at the 1-lap dash in the butterfly. And following that will be the men's 200 metres breaststroke. So definitely plenty to look forward to. Zach Stubberty, Cook fastest qualifier through in the men's 200 breaststroke. And that's after, as I said, the 4 heats of the men's 50 butterfly.
And looking further ahead, we've got men's 100 freestyle.
Have they left anything for the next 2 days? They seem to have really stacked day 1.
We're cramming it all in this morning, you see.
Hey, they've got some more backstroke coming up. We've only had 2 backstroke events, the 50 and the 200.
This is true.
From men and women.
And no other events matter, do they? So...
no, I don't see any other events, no. I'm really excited. Honestly, there's lots of events to be excited for. the 50 freestyle. Cam McAvoy obviously only recently breaking that world record, so you've got to think, is he going to come here and do the same?
It's
fastest
swim in history, no matter what the anything is. Absolutely incredible claim to make, isn't it, over the 50 metres. It's absolutely brilliant.
Fastest man in the world, is that what you say? Fastest man in the pool?
Fastest man in water.
Yeah, fastest man in water, absolutely, as results are confirmed for that second heat. Third heat now up on the block.
Hadn't swum in a 50-metre pool all year leading into that, Cam McAvoy.
He started at one end and he finishes the other. It's simple.
So the final heat of the women's 50 butterfly multi-class. And a powerful start from Cale Thompson in lane 4. Gee, what a powerful stroke that is. Surges to the lead by well over a body length. And just continues to swim away from the rest of the field. That's one of the best swims we've seen this morning. 869 points. 30.28, the overall time. An amazing performance. So Cale Thompson representing USC Spartans with a very high scoring swim in heat 3 of 3 in the women's 50 fly. What a day it is here on the Gold Coast. The sun is shining and we're witnessing some fantastic swimming on the first day's action at the Australian Open. We're at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre in Southport, a place synonymous with surf and sun and fun, but it's all serious business in the water today. We'll take a break and be back with more from the Gold Coast. Great to have your company from the Australian Open Championships for 2026. We're here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. What a scene it is. If it wasn't such serious business, you'd roll out the towel and take in a suntan. And we're rolling through a very busy opening day's program. Men's 50 metres butterfly multi-class coming up, and a couple of superstars. Benny Hance and Rowan Carruthers head-to-head in adjacent lanes in this opening heat.
There's been some great racing already. Our multi-class athletes have been on fire with those 800, those 700 point scores, so we'll see what these boys can do in this 50 butterfly right now. But you would expect some 800s out there, wouldn't you, Welshie?
Well, based on the quality of racing so far, I think we can't discount them as they dive in for Heat 1 for the men's Open 50 metres butterfly multi-class events.
Wow,
and what
have a look
start.
at Benny Hance, my goodness.
I think we've got a 900 point here coming
It's
up.
like he's got rockets strapped to him. This is an incredible swim from box office Benny. Have a look at that. He's won by 3 body lengths. 911 points in 24.17.
We know that 1,000 point is the world record, so he's not far off that world record at all. So at 911, the first time I've seen that 900 point score so far throughout this meet.
Well, he left nothing to chance. It was a dynamic start. Head down the entire way. Didn't take a breath, I don't think, for the whole 50 metres, which is what you got to do to get a time and a point score like that. So time's official, point score official. 24-1 takes out our first heat from our S14 swimmer, Benny Hance. The 911 almost looks upside down, Crothers' score, but right next to him is 6:19.
I think it's fair to assume that Benny Hance is in good form.
Maybe he's actually going for the world record. I mean, that's a flying swim for a morning.
Yeah.
And he was well in control of that field.
Well, he can have another crack tonight because I can't see anyone bettering him, so he should have lane 4.
Oh, he'll swim through the wall if he goes any faster. So heat 2, a whole bunch of stars in action here as well. The Bunbury Bullet, Alex Safi is out there. We've got Cole Pearce in lane 4 as well. It's Pearce and Safi side by side in the centre of the pool. Pearce started well, and the Bunbury Bullet, he's finishing very strongly. I think Safi's going to have enough just to hang on. And Pearce has held on, my apologies. Cole Pearce from Safi, and then Martin in 3rd position.
Yeah, very nice swim there from Cole Pearce. A great swimmer from Nuttawading. And 26.88 to get him to the wall first. Not quite as dynamic, you know, he really set the tone there in the first heat, did Benny Hance, but Cole's time, nothing to sneeze at, 679 points, 10 in front of Bishop. And 2 more heats to go in the men's multi-class 50 metres butterfly.
And this heat being headlined by 2-time Paralympian Ricky Beta. Silver in Tokyo in the mixed 4x100 metres freestyle relay. Then individual bronze in Paris in the 200 IM for Ricky.
Oh, it hasn't he come out strong. Took a breath at the 25. Has he got one more breath at the 15? One more. That big beard. He drives down to the wall. He's looking very, very strong through his stroke.
A comfortable win for Ricky Beta. Second position to Sue in lane 5, and then Holder in lane 3 has finished in 3rd. So 647 points for Ricky. I think it's fair to assume Benny Hance is going to take some beating if he can swim up to that later this season.
I mean, Benny Hance would be taking some beating in any race. I'm actually interested to see in the program whether he's entered the able-body 50 butterfly, because that was such a strong swim. That's going to be right up there with the best of any butterflies. And the 4th heat is underway, coming up to the halfway mark. Doolan, Neal and Boyson rounding out this field of the multi-class 50 butterfly. The point score has been set. We need, what do we think, somewhere in the sort of 500 to 600 point mark rather, to make it through.
Well, I mean, that 911 from that first heat was so impressive, but that 600, 500 mark is where it's quite stacked. As we have a look at these swimmers coming through right now, that 37.64, the 4.44 mark for Boosen there in lane number 5. Neal's time didn't come.
I think we've got a touchpad
there.
problem.
Yeah, it hasn't quite registered. Maybe it wasn't hard enough on the wall.
It actually looked like Neal might have won the race narrowly from Boyson.
Yeah, we've had that lane 4 touchpad maybe a couple of times miss a few of them. So they do have the backup timers. We have the officials on deck who will press the button as a backup. We also have a video system above, so got a series of cameras hovering above the pool. So we will definitely get an accurate time and an accurate reading, and sometimes that's what the delay is while they're just double checking those backup systems.
So all those athletes were SA teams, so you know that will just be hand on the wall. Whoever got there first, and there it is right there. It's come through that 37.30, 457 point scores. We have a look at that marshalling area. That was your men's 200 breaststroke sitting in there, ready to go.
I'd like to see some of our swimmers give us a wave in the marshalling area, because they're up there on the big screen, this magnificent big screen at the end of the pool. And the fans love to see a bit of enthusiasm from our swimmers if they can break through the nerves, perhaps. So there's confirmation Neil did win that race, Boyson and Doolan.
Sometimes in that marshalling room, they don't have the TV screen in there that's showing the feed, so they might not know they're actually on TV.
Well, they do now, Em. They do now.
Next time we show it, I'll send you in there and you can rouse them up.
Yep.
Why don't we do a roaming interview in there?
All right, I'll put it forward to the crew.
That can be your job, Matt.
Yeah, I can do that.
Zach Stubblety-Cook, our Olympic gold medal winner in the men's 200 breaststroke from 2016, and of course second to Leon Marchand at the Paris Games. He said that race was one of the highlights of his career because of the noise in the La Défense Arena. I was privileged to be there for those games, and I can't really recall an atmosphere like it.
It must be different coming from Tokyo and then into Paris, where obviously Tokyo was still in that COVID period, so there were no fans.
It was very
and then
locked.
going into Paris, where everyone's back and everything's open, so it must be a different experience for these athletes.
Marchand was just ridiculous.
Out of this world.
Totally incredible. I mean, just taking out the 200 breaststroke, let alone, you know, what is it, the fly and the IMs and everything, like, just who does that? Absolutely amazing.
Test that.
He actually trained a lot in Australia too.
Yes.
He was training a lot at St. Peter's Western. So he's been around a lot.
Well, it's all about Zach Stubblety-Cook now. Fastest qualifier and Commonwealth record holder with a 2:05.95. Let's see what he can do this morning.
Take your marks.
So one of the stars on show throughout this week, Zach Stubblety-Cook, our world champ from 2022, and of course our gold medal winner back in 2016 in Rio.
So Zach's got an incredibly efficient stroke. His kick and his glide forward are really the keys to his success. As they come down, he touches first, running just 100th of a second in front of Schuster. Third through is Anderson, just about a third of a second behind our top two. So not a lot in this early stage, but we know how good Zach Stubblety-Cook's second 100 is, especially that last 50. He saves a lot and drives home better than anyone.
Of course, he won his Olympic gold medal a decade ago, and it led many people to wonder how much longer he'd continue to swim. But after winning this event in trials for the world champs last year, he had to pull out with that back injury. But he's made it clear he still thinks his best is ahead of him. I think that's a really good sign that for somebody who is already an Olympic champ, and at 27 years of age, it seems like the inclination of swimmers is to keep going a little longer than they might have previously.
Well, he is a classy swimmer. I'm very impressed with Schuster. Finlay Schuster right next to him in lane 5. He's swimming against an Olympic champion, and he turned at that 100-metre mark and really went out after him. So this is Zach Stubblety-Cook's bread and butter, this part of the race right here. And Schuster is not that far, half a second behind at the 150-metre mark.
He's turned well there as Schuster.
Very good skill work in his turns.
So Zach, renowned for his devastating back-end swimming, he's going to have to call on all of his speed here should he want to go on to win this heat, because Schuster is right there with him. Stubblety-Cook It just ups the intensity a little. He's pulled out by half a body length. And he's going to go through in the end to win this fairly comfortably. But Finlay Schuster with a terrific swim. He's tested an Olympic champion the whole way. Josh Anderson finishes in third.
At 2:12.20. A very tidy time for him this morning. Stubley Cook has just a really long breaststroke. He seems to stay under the water ever so slightly longer than the rest of the field. Schuster doing a great job for that second touch, that 2:13.43 there. So great job. Training obviously with Harrison Turner out at Nudgee College. So they're producing a really strong open program out there. As we move now, this is heat number 2 at the blocks.
Take your marks.
So Josh Collett in heat number 4 made his Dolphins debut at the World Short Course going back 18 months or so. And Will Petrick, Paris Olympian, just back from the China Open where he won the 200 and the 400 IM, and he was third in the 200 free. So Will swimming in excellent form.
Will trained by Jolene Fink, who's hopefully in the crowd. Hi, Joel. Thank you for that wave, mate. I've been keeping a track of Will's training on the way through, and he's been absolutely training the house down. So very interested to see how he goes in these championships. And a tight battle in the first heat between the two, and we're getting it again in this second heat.
So narrowly Petrick from Collett. And then Hara Hughes, another of our New Zealand visitors in lane 6, up there challenging.
They turn through in that 1:04.57. Petrick just in front of Collett there in lane number 4, that 1:04.93. So a tight battle, but you can see Petrick's now making his move, really moving away from the rest of the field, looking very strong in that breaststroke leg. We've also got to note that the World Aquatics have opened up a new rule in the breaststroke. So now swimmers can be fully submerged on the finish of a breaststroke race.
That is good to know. It's these little things. For a while there, backstroke, you had to have something above the water. They removed that. And I think it does lead to better racing, simpler racing. But speaking of, I'm very impressed with Will Petrick's breaststroke here. Collett just starting to maybe come back a little bit. That third 50 was very dynamic from our Nunawading swimmer. But coming down with 15 metres to swim, it's Will's swim, and how fast will he go?
Impressed with Collett's last 50, though. He's really stuck on, but Will Petrick, having taken over at the 100-metre mark, goes through to win. 2:13.56. 2 seconds clear of Josh Collett. And Sam Higgs has finished third.
Now, like you said, Matt, he really moved on that second 100. They were very close to each other on that 100-metre turn. But that second 100 for Petrick was really where he moved well through that field and really pushed ahead ever so slightly more.
I'm going to expect big things in the 400 IM from him with that breaststroke like that. That has really put his name down as one to watch in that race. So heat 2 results, heat 3 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
Now this heat featuring our reigning national champion, Bailey Lello, swimming from lane 4. The minor placings at the Nationals in this event last year went to Josh Collett with the silver, and Will Petrick got the bronze. They've just reversed that order in the previous heat.
Bailey Lello, the fastest pulley lifeguard in the field. He was literally between shifts when he jumped up for that swim last time round. Don't think he's got a job here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, but he's got a job in front of him now with about 40 metres to swim. It is a very strong swim there from Lucas Smith, from Bailey Lello in lane 4. He's got a job to stay in front of the rest of the field. Right next to him is Biddle, Harrison Biddle, who is really starting to come back at him with about 7 metres to swim. Bailey's got it wrapped up, but it's going to be close.
As he turns through in that 1:03.14, a very fast at first 100 there, Welshie. It was very good to see because the boys in the previous heats around that 1:04 mark, so a great first 100. We see if he can hold on to this lead and also the speed that he's producing. Biddle holding on for that second position.
Yeah, he's really cranked the heat in this third 50, isn't he?
They've opened up a big margin.
Yeah, that really raced that first 100, and you could see they wanted to get out hard. And how much is he going to peg him back coming into the turns? That's where you really want to do it. Coming into the turns, get yourself set up, get your feet on the wall quickly. And we saw great skills in that first heat from Schuster.
This is good by Lello, though. 20 metres to go. He saved something for this final 50 metres, and he's surging towards the wall. I think the time's going to be fairly handy. And Bailey Lello, our reigning national champion, 2:10.83. A commanding winner. Harrison Biddle in second position, and third goes to Felix Dressel de Bruin. It's quite the swimming name, isn't it?
That will actually put Bailey Lello in that number 4 block for tonight.
He just was unrelentless through the whole race. He took it out really hard, and then I thought, oh, he'd probably back it off here, and you know, he just wants to get out in that first 100, but he held it the whole way.
Absolutely, he looked very strong and showed a lot of dominance in that 200 breaststroke. So Bailey Lello there leading the marker. That 2:10.83 is the fastest time so far. I wonder if he's still doing his lifeguard job at Chandler Aquatic Centre.
Take your marks.
Heat 4 of 5. Owen Warsome in lane 0. Sosethany Vidal in lane 1. James Morrow lane 2. Fletcher Luscombe lane 3. Lucas Smith in lane 4. Adam Selwood lane 6. Albert Ann lane 7. Christian Toyer lane 8. And Frederick Mavarek in lane 9.
So fastest seeded heats in the top 3. We're now into our final couple of heats in this men's 200 metres breaststroke. And as usual in these outside heats, nothing separating the field. Only a handful of seconds across the field on paper, and looks to be even less out in the field, out on the pool. Coming down looks like lane 6. Adam Selwood from Propulsion.
He led after 50 metres and leads after 100. Fletcher Luscombe lane 3 in second spot, and Lucas Smith in the centre of the pool, lane 4, turns in third.
Selwood has a really long stroke underwater, Matt. It's great to see. I think the different techniques of breaststroke there can be that really powerful 50 stroke, which is very high in the water. And then you move into that 200, it's very long and strong with that stroke. So he moves a lot in that underwater phase, and it's probably like the longest phase I've seen under the water.
Yeah, you really need that for the 200, don't you? I've had it described to me, I think it's best, is that the 3 parts of the stroke, the outsweep, insweep and the glide. The glide is the biggest bit that changes from that 50 to the 200. They still insweep and definitely recover just as quick in the 200 to get back there, but they just squeeze that kick that little bit more, get that little bit more glide off it, and gets them over the 4-lapper. And he's done a great job, Adam Selwood, out in lane 6. Fletcher Luscombe in lane 3 looks to have the best of the rest.
But Selwood, from start to finish, goes through to win.
He will take that top time of that heat number 4, that 2:20.31. Down in the program as a 2:25.24, so you would think that's a bit of a PB for him, that 2:20.31.
Oh, had an entry time of that 2:24 mark, thereabouts, 2:25, so very handy swim there for the morning heat with only 1 heat to go. Coming up after this final heat, the women's 400-metre individual medley. So we get a little bit of everything, a bit of a smorgasbord of swimming in the next event. Just one heat.
As those results are official on your screen, Selwood there taking out heat number 4, that 2:20.31. As we have a look now, this is your 5th and final heat, the men's 200-metre breaststroke.
Take your marks.
Lane 2, Patrick Forster. Lane 3, Lucas Bentley. Lane 4, Dane Schneider. Lane 5, Jeremy Boutard. And lane 6, Damien Lane.
We'll see what these boys can produce. Times in the program, that 2:27, 2:28 and 2:30. So we'll see if they can better that this morning. Perfect conditions here on the Gold Coast. The sun is shining. The one thing I love about this Gold Coast venue is the mountain of different pools they have to warm up and cool down in. They're very lucky to be able to have that experience as they turn through that first 50 in that 31 point, looking very strong out in front.
Would you guys prefer swimming indoor or outdoor?
We're backstrokers, so we're going to save indoor. But it's good for the tan. But yeah, very lucky here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Our show court, if you like, pool at the Australian Open is right here in front of us. But we have right on the other side of the tower of the bridge is a diving pool, another 50-metre pool, another 25-metre pool, and even an indoor pool on that. So there really is a plethora of pools to choose from here, and that's exactly what you need at this meet, and even more so at the Australian Age National Championships coming up after the Australian Open here. They start next Saturday, and they'll be live and exclusive to 9 now, so make sure you join us for that as well. But we're coming now down to the 150-metre mark in the final heat of the men's 200 metres breaststroke, and Dane Schneider takes them through, followed by Damien Lane in lane 6. Boutard through 3rd, Bentley 4th and Forster 5th.
That was an amazing turn by Lane. He picked up considerable ground with that turn, and he's right up there challenging Dane Schneider, who led the race from early in the piece, but Lane perhaps with a little more energy left to finish strongly. And it will be Damien Lane who goes through to win this final heat in the men's 200 breaststroke. Dane Schneider in 2nd, Boutard 3rd, Lucas Bentley in 4th.
Lane takes that win, that 2:24.81 for that 5th and final heat. Very happy with that win. As we look to the next event on the program, this is your women's 400 individual medley. As those results are official, we'll see what will make those top 10 positions to come back and do it all again tonight, and hopefully a lot faster. Lello there with the fastest time, that 2:10.83. Stubbly Cook in there, Petrick, Davis Slitt there holding on for that 10th position, that 2:17.58. A very interesting final tonight with Lello and Stubbly Cook. It could be quite the battle for that race and who can take out the win. Now, interesting to note about this 400 medley, we only have one heat of this. So all these girls, you would think, will be coming back tonight, unless, obviously, there is a DQ. So these swimmers will be back tonight. But I think it's important to note that it's great racing experience for them to swim heats and finals. Obviously, they will do that at the Open level, at the Worlds, at the Com Games.
See, you're sounding like a coach already.
Stop.
Take your marks.
So Jenna Forrester from lane 4, you'll remember, finished in a dead heat for 2nd at the World Champs in Singapore last year behind Summer McIntosh. But it's a well-credentialed field either side of her. Tara Kinder in lane 3 and Ella Ramsey in lane 5. We know Ella is an Olympic finalist in the women's 200 IM.
Forrester back out after that 200 backstroke as well, so not that much time in between those two events, so she probably went straight to that cool down, straight back into marshalling, and now she's back out here in this 400 IM.
Two tricky events too, especially on the legs, the 200 back straight into
Very
this.
hard events, but she's doing a great job out there. Now, butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke to freestyle. Sometimes we see with those breaststrokers, they really hold back that first 200 meters, and then in that breaststroke, they make that move. So watch out for Kinder in 3. Ramsey leading the way so far. That 102.64, great butterfly leg. Forrester in that second position, that 104.55. And Hardy with that third touch, that 104.78 as we move into that backstroke leg. This is about rhythm, isn't it, Welshie?
Yeah, very much. I love the IM events. We talk about it every time we have the individual medley up, that it really showcases each of their strengths. We saw their Ramsey out there really nice in the butterfly, and Father was a great 200 butterfly as well. Forrester now into the backstroke. She should be coming up and making the most in this leg. And as you said, Tara Kinder, a great breaststroker. She should be making her mark in the next leg after this backstroke. But rhythm is everything in the backstroke, especially after the butterfly. We really need to start to get into the race. The butterflies just float it through. The backstroke, start to dig in. And the breaststroke is where it's really won or lost. If you touch first at the breaststroke, you've just got to hold it together for the freestyle. So this is the important part of the race, and there's virtually nothing in it. Coming down to the wall, 12/100ths of a second between Forrester and Ramsey. And now keep an eye on Tara Kinder out there in lane 3. How much ground can she gain back?
We saw Forrester there really make that move in that backstroke. She's obviously a great backstroker. We see her in the 200 backstroke a lot. So she really made her move there, and now she's trying to hold on to that lead in front of Ramsey. And Kinder, you can see in lane 3, just moving slightly on that field. Ramsey, a great breaststroker as well, known in that 200 breaststroke. So we know these girls are very strong in that breaststroke leg, and it's sometimes what makes or breaks these individual medleys. Forrester still holding on to the lead ever so slightly in front of Ramsey there. Hardy in 3rd and Kinder in that 4th position.
So they've been neck and neck for best part of the last 100 metres.
Really impressed with Forrester's breaststroke here. Has the middle lane for a reason, and very, very strong middle section of the race. Coming down for the final freestyle leg. Tara Kinder making up a lot of distance on the other girls, but just not quite able to match Forrester's speed there. She touches first, 3:38, with 100 metres to go. She looks around, she breathes to her left, sees that she's got a nice gap, and she'll know that she got Ella Ramsey in that breaststroke. So 75 metres to swim, and most of the work is done, but it's not over yet.
Yes, Tara Kinder has made up a lot of ground, as you mentioned, during that breaststroke leg, and was back within a couple of body lengths. But Jenna Forrester, she should have a commanding enough lead as she turns for the final 50.
Beautiful underwater there for Forrester. You can see these girls have really relaxed their legs. Forrester, you can see she's not really using much legs at all. It's all her arms. Kinder using a bit more legs than anyone else. But obviously we know these girls are coming back tonight, but they still want to produce something pretty good this morning. So they're still pushing through all the way to the end, as we have quite the battle now. Forrester ever so slightly holding on to the lead in front of Kinder, as it's a fight to that finish. Forrester taking home that touch, that 4:47.59 in front of Kinder there, that 4:48.08. A great battle for those two girls. Hardy there with the 3rd touch, 4:52.48. Great swim for Forrester, coming out there after that 200 backstroke earlier in the program.
Yeah, that was a very nice second 200 of that 400 IM for Tara Kinder. She really brought herself back into play and was a lot closer to Jenna Forrester than she probably than Forrester probably realised.
They don't look overly puffed though, Welshie. They look like they're still in control of it.
Considering they've done a 400 IM.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Well, they've got to come back and do it again tonight.
I reckon Ella Ramsey might have just held back a fraction there. We saw her race earlier today. Finished in 4th, but wasn't stretching herself by any means.
Well, like we said, all these girls are coming back again to do it tonight. So they obviously, some of them racing for the first time, just letting the cobwebs out with that race. And then tonight, I think it will be quite a battle between those girls.
Yeah, just the 6 of them through for tonight as they jump out of the water. And we now move our program, our event, and our attention through to the men's 100 metres freestyle.
And King Kyle is about to grace us with his presence for the first time here at the Australian Open.
He's quite a figure, isn't he, with the tattooed chest and arms and the wingspan on the great man. So he's fastest through.
Still got the beard as well.
Well, let's go for tonight.
That's a bit of a thing this morning.
Yeah.
Facial hair.
Recently married.
Yes.
Take your marks.
Hard to believe it was 10 years ago when Kyle Chalmers won gold at the Rio Olympics in this event, and he still keeps on keeping on. Wants to go through to LA, and who knows, maybe back here in this state in 2032. So Kyle Chalmers in lane 4, Matt Temple next to him in lane 3, Kai Taylor, a well-known figure in these parts, also in the pool in lane 5. Chalmers led, Taylor was in 2nd position, Carter Swift from New Zealand was in 3rd, then Bladen in 4th, and Temple with some work to do to get himself back into the mix, but Chalmers powering along in the lead. Kai Taylor right on that lane rope next to him and putting in quite an effort here late. Chalmers from Taylor, not much separating them. And Chalmers wins, Taylor in 2nd. And 3rd goes to Cameron Bladen out in lane 7.
That's a quick swim for the morning. Out in a 23-1. Kyle will be happy with that. We're used to seeing Kyle really bring it home hard, but it was almost a matter of him holding on. He got out so fast. Kai Taylor did a great job at coming back and taking 2nd place, but that was a very fast morning swim from heat 1.
Take your marks.
12 heats in total.
So Jamie Jack is our reigning national champion. He finished 2nd to Thomas Chacon, the Italian superstar, at the Nationals last year, but obviously Thomas can't win the Australian title. So Jamie won the gold. Flynn Southam the silver on that occasion, and they're both lining up in this event. And Jamie Jack led, Kalani Island in 2nd, and Flynn and Ed Somerville tied together in 3rd as they turn to come home.
Slightly faster out than what Kyle was just then. So Jack leading them through that 23.09. A great first 50 as he's looking strong down to the wall under the flags. Now it will be who can get their hand on the wall.
It's a tight finish. It's Flynn who's out-touched Jamie Jack. And Ed Somerville finishes in 3rd.
At 48.83 to take that touch there in that 2nd heat. Very tidy times this morning, Welshie.
Yes, it's interesting actually. They're making the swimmers all come out one side of the pool, so the swimmers who are in lanes 1, 2 and 3 have to go all the way across. These boys are swimming back so fast that they're doing 100 metres faster than they can get across the pool, so they're almost catching up with the heat in front of them.
Take your marks.
Max Giuliani from down the road at Miami swims out of lane 4, and no rest for the wicket for Harrison Turner after his heat swim in the 200 butterfly. He's here in the 100 free in lane 5. And Turner perhaps with a narrow lead, although Marcus De Silva over in lane 3 right up on the pace. And in fact it was Zach Dell right on the wall, another swimmer from New Zealand, and we can see him at the bottom of screen swimming very boldly from an outside lane.
They're looking strong in the last 25 metres of this race. We've seen some fast 48s out there. Can these boys produce that too? Looking good down to the wall. De Silva in 3 does take the win in that 49.41 in front of Turner there, that 49.43. Wow, some great swims for these boys. .49.41, taking that third heat right there. De Silva with that win. As we have a look, that 49 mark is pretty tight for those top 10 times. We have a few boys sitting at that 48. Let's see what heat number 4 can produce.
I'm pretty impressed with the times. Very quick.
And keep an eye on Jack Cartwright, a well-known figure in Dolphins team, swimming out of lane 8. And Rowan Crothers, our Paralympic superstar, won silver in the 100 free in both Tokyo and Paris. He won gold, of course, in the 53 in Tokyo. It's Liam Foley from lane 7. Jack Cartwright, lane 8, in the second position. And Foley continuing to power on here in the lead. Cartwright trying to go to him. It's the outside lanes prominent once again. Liam Foley, Jack Cartwright, and they hit it. It's Foley from Cartwright and Thomas Robinson in lane 5, finishing in 3rd position.
49.88 to take out that heat number 4. Foley there with that first touch. Cartwright second to the wall, 50.41. As we have a look now, heat number 5, 12 heats of this now, definitely sitting at that 49 mark for that top 10 position, around the mid, I'd say, as we have a look now.
Take your marks.
Heat number 5 ready.
I love to see these outside lanes making the most of it. It's what we saw with Liam Foley getting under that 52nd mark for the first time. And our swimmers in lane 5 coming down to the 50-metre mark. And it looks like our swimmer in lane 2, Jamie Mooney, who's going to be making the most of it. Turns into 24.27. Second through Flynn Carroll, a 24.36.
And another swimmer from an outside lane, Oliver McKenzie, right down on the bottom of screen, swimming from lane 9, also right up there in contention. But it's Mooney still. And now Nichols starting to come through. It's a blanket finish. It was Mooney from Nichols, and then Flynn Carroll.
50.82 for Mooney out there in lane number 2. Great swim for him in the program, down as a 51, so a beautiful PB for him. A really great way to start off the Australian Open for his campaign. As we have a look now, those results are official. They're on your screen, that 50.82. Nichols with that 50.96. As we move now to heat number 6 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
Australia has won 3 world championships in the men's 100 freestyle. James Magnussen won 2 of them in 2011 and 2013, and Kyle Chalmers most recently in 2023. Of course, we know he's been such a wonderful performer over such a sustained period in an event that is stacked full of quality at every Olympic Games. And in fact, Kyle's got the chance to make history in LA. No one has won 4 Olympic medals in this event. Kyle's got the gold and 2 silver.
Fantastic results. I can't wait to watch him compete. He's got a little baby now, Astrid, so she'll be there cheering him on. As we have a look now, these boys coming into the last 5 metres. Andre looking great here and gets the touch in that 51.12 in front of Lamb there. 51.54. Third touch. Diego out there in lane number 1, 51.68. Great results for these boys, as those results are official. That was heat number 6. As we move along now, heat number 7 of 12, your men's 100-meter freestyle.
Take your marks.
So another stacked heat. Every lane has been full so far in the men's 100 free, which goes to show how tightly contested this event is. Always one of the most sought after events at any swim meet.
Also just goes to show how much depth we have in this event also. Harriman leading them through there in that 24.37. Trains here at this pool, so home pool advantage for him. Gets to train on the beautiful Gold Coast. As he's coming down to the last 25 metres, looking very tight across the field. He's ever so slightly holding on to this field as he comes under the flags, fighting it out. Kerr right next to him. Harriman taking the win in that 51.38 in front of Kerr, that 51.56. A great swim for him. A slight PB for him, so he should be pretty happy with that. As those results are official on your screen. Harriman taking that one out as we move now to heat number 8 of 12.
Take your marks.
We've seen a heavy presence of swimmers from the New Zealand club so far today, and 2 more of them swimming here in heat number 8. Ryan Peck in lane 2, Brendan Visser in lane number 3.
They've produced some really fast times, some of the guys from New Zealand, so we'll be watching out for them as we look down to that first turn now. Patterson leading them through in that 24.66 in front of Peck at 24.71. As they come down to 35 metres to go, looking very strong. Now in the 100-metre freestyle, it's all about that kick, that constant kick. You can't really let out. It's pretty much a sprint. And looking strong is our visitor out in 2, Peck, doing a great job as they come down to the flags.
Powering to the wall. Although Matthew Magnussen's snuck under everyone's guard and won the race in lane 7. Thomas Patterson in 2nd position, and Ryan Peck finishes in 3rd.
Yeah, they had a real battle down there in lane 7 and 8 to come out on top, and Magnussen keeping the name in the books for the 100 freestyle.
Very
Take
true.
your marks.
So a couple more heats of the men's 100 freestyle remaining, and the action will continue. We've got the women's 200 free and multi-class coming up, as we do the men. Women's 50 butterfly action, and then we'll see Lani Pallister in the pool in the women's 800 metres freestyle.
Speaking of butterfly, don't often see it, but fastest through there is Paris in lane 6, and he was doing butterfly. Sorry, no, lane 7, yeah, Nankervis doing butterfly in the freestyle race. Don't often see it, but Paris in lane 6, taking him through with 10 metres to go, and I got to say, Nankervis's butterfly is right there with the rest of the field. It's not bad.
And so Paris, representing the Sri Lankan club, has gone through to take victory. 51.58, excellent time.
So the 100 freestyle, obviously it is a free style. Any style you like. Everyone usually chooses the front crawl, which is why we synonymously call it the freestyle stroke. But technically, you can do anything you want, hence the 100 butterfly then. I have seen someone do a 1500 butterfly before.
You have not.
Yes. Good mate of mine. So he did.
Was that a dare?
I think he's just a little bit nuts.
Wired a bit differently. 1500 butterfly.
So shout out to Justin Norris if you're listening. He
wow,
quite an incredible.
How long did it take him?
He was right there with the rest of the field. I think he was only like within 50 metres of the rest of the field, so quite incredible. But don't see it a lot, but now into heat 10 of 12, and we talked about the depth of the field and so many lanes being filled. Just having 12 heats of this shows how popular it is, how important it is to the program, and how much training goes into it. A story behind every single one of our swimmers. And the swimmer in lane 3, maybe lane 2 actually, Alexander Clarence, looking very strong.
Alongside Bo Mepham over on that side of the pool. It's a stroke for stroke finish, and Clarence has just got there on the touch.
52.56. Very good swim from our third last heat. I've had some very fast times this morning, starting off with those 48s in our seeded heats, our top 30 swimmers in the first 3 heats.
Take your marks.
And now heat 3, or our second last heat, what am I saying? Heat 11.
It's heat 11.
Underway.
There's been a lot of heats this morning, Matt.
Heat 11 underway, and only one more heat after this. So definitely a chance for personal best, and I've seen stranger things than people creeping into finals in these outside heats. So keep our eyes open. Outside lane in Martinov, our visitor.
There's half a second between the whole field as they turn after 50 metres. This could be the closest of all the heats so far.
Coming through strong is Hugh Moran in lane 4. He looks to have this second 50 tied up.
Although lane 6, Liam West, is starting to come through into the race as well. It's going to go down to a touch on the wall. It is Moran.
And Mocky out in lane 9.
Yeah.
So right across the field. And only one race to go. So results from heat 11. Heat 12 now on the blocks. Final heat. Next up is our multi-class 200 metres freestyle.
Take your marks.
Quite amazing when you have a look at the record sheet for this event. The Australian and Commonwealth record holder in the men's 100 metres freestyle is none other than Cameron McAvoy from a decade back.
Yeah, people almost forget what an amazing swimmer was that Cameron was before he started this new sprint revolution with his 53. That's why he's able to do what he does, is the work he's done in the past. The 100 free, the 200 free, all that work on his technique. Now the work on getting the power into the stroke. He was in a unique position to do it, and he's being very much rewarded for his hard work as they come down with 15 metres to swim.
It's Elson Lee from lane 4, and Andre Labara, who's representing the Wagga Wagga Club from southern New South Wales. He touches in second position. Jack Pottier, another New Zealand visitor, in third.
So we were treated to quite a spectacle in the women's 100 freestyle. Same goes for the men. 12 heats, in fact. Results from that final heat, with Elson getting to the wall first. And now the summary for our top 10. Palani Islands, mentioned him a few times this morning, our 10th through, but it is Kyle Chalmers with a 48.58 in front of Flynn South and Jamie Jack. Some very quick times, half the field under 49, the rest under 50. So that is a very fast time. It wasn't that long ago that it'd taken international field to get them all below 50. And we're now just doing that here at the Australian Open. Well, if you are watching from home, I hope all is well, but I can't think that the weather is going to be as good as it is here on the Gold Coast. It is a perfect day. And we've still got plenty of action here this morning from the Australian Open, but we are coming to the last few races.
Women's 200 metres freestyle multi-class. Maddie McTurnan, the reigning national champion. And the two-time Paralympic silver medalist swimming from lane 4.
Take your marks.
We've enjoyed some breathtaking performances from our multi-class swimmers in this opening session. Let's see whether we can add to that. And Benny Hance with a point score in excess of 900, the highlight of that.
Our multi-class athletes have certainly had a busy program. The 400 freestyle and the 200 freestyle on the same day. But they're doing a great job out there, turning through in that 30.43. Now we have a look at our competitors in here. We have a lot of different classifications, so that S14, S19s in this race, so you know there'll be a battle between the battles. So for the S14 athletes, it's a battle to hand on the wall first. S19 athletes, still that battle, but it's all about that point score. So we've got to wait to the end to see those point scores come through.
But Maddie McTurnan with a comfortable victory in a great time, 103.41. Well, pardon me, it's 2 laps to go, isn't there? So Maddie, after, well, if it was 100 metres, she would have won comfortably. So she's turned and then she's 3 body lengths ahead. Hard to see her being mowed down from this position. In fact, she's such a brilliant performer that you could expect potentially she would increase her margin.
McTurnan doing a great job of this 200 freestyle, looking very strong in her stroke. You can see she's ever so slightly raised her stroke rate and her kick as she takes that last turn in that 1:37.37. Man, I can't see her getting beaten by from here, but Susie doing a great job in 5, turning through in that 1:42.77. She's coming through that S14 swimmer now. She's got 25 metres left to swim. She's certainly in control of the field, in control of her race plan, and she's looking very strong into that finish as she heads down almost under those flags now.
Took it out hard and has held on for a commanding victory. 796 points.
A great morning point score for her as we wait and see those final swimmers coming through. A 701. Susie there right next to her. Steiner with a 383. A 602 from Hines there. Some great point scores. That 796 leading the way so far as we wait for those final couple of swimmers to come through and those point scores to come up. At 796, your top marker. Great swim at 2:11.72. Swimmers are leaving the pool, waiting for those results to become official. McTurnan dominated that 200 freestyle. She led from the start, held on to it really nice and strong, and powered through to that finish. 796 will be that top point scores. Those results are now official on your screen. McTurnan leading the way. The S14 athlete as we head now. This is heat number 2 of 4. Your women's multi-class 200 metre freestyle.
Take your marks.
And unfortunately, lane number 4 is vacant. Ruby Storm won't be lining up. She's or would have been one of our feature swimmers in this event. The multiple Paralympic medalist.
Dennis really strong out there in lane number 5, taking over that first 50 as she heads down to that first turn. We'll have a look at that split. Her time in the program, that 2:17.26. We'll see if she can beat that or get very close to it. Turning through in that 31.33 so far. Dennis, your S19 athlete. We also have some S14 athletes and also an S9 with full grab there in lane number 2. So watch those athletes, watch those point scores come through. Doing a great job is Dennis out in front. Jensen in 3, full grab in 2, doing a very strong job of this 100 as we head down to that first 100 metre turn.
So the 16-year-old from the Warragul Club Avaya Dennis, an S19 athlete, leading the way by best part of 3 body lengths now. Ellie Davis from Nudgee College in Brisbane in 2nd position.
Dennis still holding on to that lead out in front. Davis doing a great job in 6th. As they take that final turn now. Turning through in that 1:44.04. They're chasing that 796 from McTurnan in that first heat. It's based on point scores coming back tonight, so not so much the times. They will be seeded in times, but it's on point scores, so they need to fight all the way to the finish. Dennis doing a great job leading them through. As she comes down to 10 meters to go, she will take them on the touch, but it will be a matter of waiting to see those point scores come through.
Well done, Ava Dennis. Touches the wall in 2:20.47. Second goes to Crystal Jessen, and third to Ellie Davis.
Jessen so far with the top point score, that 593. Full grab there in that 526. As we just wait for those final couple of swimmers coming through. The 593 is a great result. A 569 also from Davis. Jessen there with that top point score so far, that 593, to come back and swim again tonight. She will be that top position for heat number 2, as those results are official and on your screen now. We have 4 heats. The women's open 200 freestyle MC. Moving on to heat number 3 now. Jessen taking out heat number 2. Missing a couple of swimmers in this one.
Take your marks.
Well, off and swimming in heat 3 of the women's 200 metres freestyle multi-class championship of Australia. They'll be looking to come back tonight to vie for that championship name, but 3 won't. Few missing names from this one. It does make it hard, and sometimes, doesn't it, when you got empty lanes around you. So Jade Lucy there in lane 5, with no one around her, can make things a little bit tricky.
Rudd doing a great job leading them through in that 32.82 over Lucy in 5, 32.84. Got a couple of different classifications in this race, some S19s, S14, S10 and S9. So keep an eye on those point scores. Quite the battle down the end of the pool. Lucy and Waller and Rudd all fighting it out for those top spots onto the wall. As they come down under the flags now, Lucy leading them through that 100 metre, 109.25 in front of Waller, at 110.00, and Rudd that 110.59. Very strong first 100 for our S14 athlete in Lucy. Waller holding on there. We know those two will be a battle for first on the wall. Same classification. Rudd out there holding on in lane number 2.
So Jade Lucy in lane 5, coming up to the 150 metre mark. 29-year-old out of SLC Aqueduct, synonymous with being Ian Thorpe's old swimming club from his early days in swimming. But with a comfortable lead on the rest of the field, our S14 swimmer, Jade Lucy, has got it over the top of Gabrielle Waller and Brioni Rudd, as you said, Em, in this 200 metres freestyle. 1 heat to go. The girls will keep an eye on these times, and as you said, most importantly, the point score. So down to the touch, 5 metres to go. And Jade touches the wall in a 224.22 and earns herself just over 600 points for the swim. Waller in second, 226.91, who earns herself 570, so just under Lucy's. And then Rudd through in a 231.1, 351 points. So I've had some pretty good point scores so far this morning as our final couple of swimmers come down to touch the wall in Buckland, and we're waiting for Willett up in lane 0. And she does come through, touches in a 305.63. As our final swimmers are up on the blocks, ready for their turn in this 200 metres freestyle multi-class event. The results from Heat 3, we see that fastest swimmer, Lucy, getting that 607 points. That's going to put her in good stead for the final tonight. 4 hits in total, final heat on the blocks of this tough 4-lapper here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Hopefully they got their sunscreen on. It is very bright.
Do you have your sunscreen on?
Your marks.
I do, and considering I'm under a tent, I should be fine, I think. And nice start there from the middle of the pool. And our swimmers Jensen and Klein in 4 and 5 had the best off it off the block, but also in the underwaters as well. Pushed it past the 10 metres, which is what you like to see, and now they're really pushing this first lap strong. So the two swimmers, S14 category, 16-year-old Jensen from Warragul and 18-year-old Klein from Kincumber Pacific Dolphins. They come down to the wall, and it'll be Jensen first, 36.80, about 2 seconds ahead of Klein in second. And the rest of the field now coming down to that first turn. 3 turns in total for the 4 laps. And yet again, races within races. The two girls out in front, S14. Next to them, Alea Curry, S6. And then a few S18s in Elodie Sebra and Elizabeth Hokart. Taylor Anderson also an S18, Caitlin Kirby S18 in lanes 1 and 2 respectively. But at the 100-metre mark, Jensen still holding strong over the top of Klein by a call of about 3.5 seconds. Probably 2 or so body lengths separate first and second, and similar back to third. Curry at that halfway point. The wind's really picking up at that far end, and we caught up with Lani Pallister before action started here this morning at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, and even she was noticing the wind and thinking, oh, I hope it dies down when I'm in doing my races, because I really don't have to deal with that wind almost swimming uphill against it.
In saying that, though, in the other direction, you should have the wind pushing you behind you. So
swimming
at
downhill.
one point, it's in front of you. At the other point, it's behind you and giving you that little bit of a boost. So it sort of evens out, doesn't it?
It does. Just don't say 6-7. As we go down with 25 metres to go. And the girls doing a great job, I have to say. Really strong swim, the back-end swim here from Klein. Jensen's done an incredible job getting herself out in the first 3 laps. She's really spent her energy getting there. And Klein coming back strong now in lane 5. Both S14 swimmers, and I think they're going to be closer to the touch than it looked about 50 metres ago. And they come down, it's only half a second, so 3 seconds better off in that second 100 was Klein. As our third swimmer comes down to the wall, Curry touches the wall in a 3:02.69, so 250s for Jensen and Klein, 360 points for them, and 525 points for Curry. Final heat for the women's 200 metres multi-class freestyle event, as Hokart comes in with a 463 point score and Kirby a 430. So top 10 point scores through to the final. They'll be ranked off their times, so it's still important as we wait for our final few swimmers to get to the wall.
That 525 leading the way so far. Curry has had a massive program at the MCH Championships and stuck around to still compete here at the Open. So important for those age groupers to also swim at that open level. As we have a look, we're just waiting for those results to become official, but that 525 leading the way so far with that 3:02.69. Ladies leaving the pool now. Those results are official, coming up on your screen right now. That 525 leading the way, Curry there, taking out heat number 4. That was your 4th and final heat.
So the boys there ready to go for the men's 200 metres freestyle multi-class. There's 5 heats for that race. You can see there on your screen also coming up the women's 50 butterfly and women's 800 freestyle. So we'll be back after this very short break here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre for the Australian Open. You are live on Channel 9, the Wide World of Sports, here on 9 Now.
It's been quite the morning of action here from the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Swimming coming thick and fast, and we have some more coming your way before we look ahead to this evening's finals. The men's multi-class 200 freestyle and a couple of Aussie champions about to take to the water in this opening heat. Jack Ireland, the defending champion, headlines Heat 1. He was the bronze medalist in this event at the Paris Paralympics. Jack's biggest dream has always been to represent his country on the world stage. He said he was devastated to miss out on Tokyo, but completely overjoyed. Made it all that sweeter to represent Australia in Paris. And Darren Sisman, another one of the rising stars of Australian multi-class swimming, next to him in lane 5.
Take your marks.
So our defending national champion, Jack Ireland, in lane 4. He's made an excellent start.
Certainly has. Out in front there, Sisman right next to him in lane number 5, pushing him through that first 50. As we have a look at those splits as they turn. 26.61 for Ireland there. Sisman there with that 27.07. Carey with that third turn, 28.63. Very tight battle for those first and second positions, but Ireland there seems to be making his move now. Moving away from Sisman, right next to him as he comes down for that first 100-meter turn, looking very strong and very dominant in this event, turning through in that 55.81. I must say he does look very strong out there.
Yeah, he really does at that halfway mark. You think they've only swum 2 laps, but he's made 25 metres on some of the field. That's the dominance of Jack Ireland there in lane 4. Sisman right on his shoulder, though, not letting him get anywhere. Smith, Franklin and Carey fighting for 3rd place at this stage in this first heat. 5 heats altogether in this men's multi-class 200 metres freestyle as they come down for the final lap. And Jack Ireland looking very, very strong. Dominant swimmer, and this is a dominant swim yet again from him.
Big, powerful athlete. It's a powerful stroke, but still very efficient in the water. And Jack Ireland going on to win quite comfortably. Good swim by Sisman. Runs him to a body length, and they've put a massive space in the rest of the field.
1:56.31 is the winning time. Just waiting for those point scores to come through. Great time for Ireland. His time in the program, that 1:54.30, so not far off his personal best time as those swimmers are coming through. Sisman there with that second touch, that 1:57.88. And it was Carey out there, 2:00.90 from lane number 6. The boys are leaving the pool right now, waiting for those point scores to show up. Obviously, know with those multi-class athletes, it's on that point system. Look at that.
Another big scoring heat. Jack Ireland, 871 points. Darren Sisman, 837. Our multi-class swimmers have been flying in the opening session.
Carey with a hell of a good swim there too, 666.
So heat number 2 featuring Declan Budd, the 18-year-old who made his Dolphins debut at the World Champs in Singapore last year. He was initially eyeing off the 2032 Paralympics, but he's come on so rapidly that now LA 2028 is his focus. And also Sam Gould, who was the 3rd place swimmer at last year's national champs. So 5 S14 swimmers and the remainder S19 swimmers in this second heat.
Well, that was a big start there from Declan Budd. I almost convinced myself that there wasn't someone swimming in that lane. He went so far under the water. Hopefully made it up before that 15-metre mark. That's the limit for freestyle backstroke and butterfly events. No limit in the breaststroke, but must come up before that 15-metre mark. And another long under the water for Declan Budd there. He takes him through on a 27.14. So those skills off the wall, off the start and off the turn, really pushing him ahead of the field. But that nice strong kick playing its part as well in his stroke as he comes down to the halfway mark in this 200 metres freestyle. And Declan Budd, such a dynamic swimmer, such a powerful athlete. And he's got a good almost 10 metres on the rest of the field. He looks to his right, can't see anyone. He looks to have a quick look to his left. And he knows he's got this sewn up this stage. How fast can he go? We've seen some big swims from him in the past. And right there you can see the gap he's already made for the rest of the field.
Yes, well, if he's looking for his nearest contender, he'll have to look about 15 metres behind because Declan Budd is in a race of his own. He turns with 50 metres to swim. And this is going to be another high-scoring heat. Just how many points can Declan Budd accrue here?
Well, his personal best to 1:56.19. That's his entry time at least. And he turned into 1:27. So if he can get under 30 for this final lap, and he looks good for it, this looks like a very strong last 50. He could be on the mark for bang close to his personal best. In fact, it's a 1:58.8 to get himself there onto the wall. So 816 points. That's another big scoring swim. Gould home second, 2:02.59, 7:44.
Alistair Gibson finishes in 3rd place.
Some big swims from the middle of the pool in our multi-class events. And speaking of big, heat 3, Nicholas Layton in lane 5. We'll be looking to add to those big swims. So we wait for results. Here they are on your screen. So Declan Budd, 158.88, getting over the 800-point mark. Gould, followed by Harris, O'Brien, Gibson. Your top half of the field. And there is Nicholas Layton, swim out of Vic Centre. And a towering figure. And a very dynamic sprint swimmer. This 200 will be a bit of a test for him, but I know he's got it in him.
And next to that man that you mentioned, Nicholas Layton, is Alexander Tuckfield, who is the former short course world record holder in the 200 freestyle S9. He won bronze in the 400 free at the Tokyo Paralympics, and then bronze at the Singapore World Champs last year in the S10 category. And it's those two big gun swimmers who have taken it out strongly. Layton narrowly ahead of Tuckfield.
Yeah, followed through by Sue and Blocky. So yet again, the action in the middle of the field. It's what we expect. Our fastest qualifiers do get lane 4, and then followed by 5, 3, 6, and on their way out of the pool. That is our seeding for the swimming. So those yellow lanes where the action is, and at the 100-metre mark, these boys are just eyeing each other off in the middle of the pool. They're going to turn virtually the same time. Tuckfield, I think, got there first. Layton with a 57.85, probably a 57.6 or thereabouts for Tuckfield, just marginally ahead. Now into the third 50. We talk about the importance of this third 50. And Layton has the advantage of looking across, but Tuckfield has just got that slightly longer stroke, a little bit more efficiency in his stroke to help him over this latter stage of the race. So he'll take them through with a lap to go.
Final lap upon us now. It is Tuckfield leading, but Layton is starting to come after him. What a great battle we've got here. It's almost a match race between these two.
Oh, the big stroke comes out for Nick in the middle of the pool.
He's right up against the lane rope as well. Tuckfield and Layton, literally stroke for stroke. A fantastic finish, but Tuckfield's the man who pulls it out late, and he's touched the wall in 1:59.89.
Oh, either side of that 2-minute mark, nothing between them onto the wall, very little anyway, and it was enough to separate them. But a great battle there in heat 3 of 5 of the men's 200 metres freestyle multi-class. Wait for our final swimmers to come in.
That was William Bradshaw who just touched the wall in lane number 8.
Heat 4 now, getting ready for their turn in this 200 metres freestyle. And looks to be a slightly younger field than previously. We had Nick Layton at 23, Benjamin Wills 25 in the second heat, Caden Smith 23, 26 Jack Ireland. We've got a 12-year-old Christian Wilson in this event. But followed up by Ryan McKeown, 33-year-old in lane 0. So this is going to be another interesting race.
Take your marks.
So the second last of our heats in the men's 200 freestyle multi-class. Lane 5-10, Halpter started nicely. And then fought in lane 1, along with Borgolt in lane 2. And also our 12-year-old swimmer, Christian Wilson from the Randwick City Club in lane 6. So it's Haupt leading from Wilson as they turn for this second 50 metres.
So the 200 freestyle, it's not the shortest event, it's not the longest event. It's one of my favourites, though. You really have to be a bit of everything. You have to be a bit of a sprinter. You have to be a bit of a distance swimmer. And it really shows up. So the pacing as they're taking it out is so important. Tian Haupt led them out very well there in lane 5, but it is Christian Wilson who takes them through at the halfway mark. 12-year-old from Randwick City, as you said, Matt. And wow, he's had a fantastic second 50 and doesn't show any signs of letting up. He took that first 50 very comfortably, and now he's unleashed. He unleashed quite early in that second 50.
Well, he's full of confidence. Incredible, not even a teenager yet. Let's see whether Christian Wilson can sustain this pace. An awesome swim so far.
Well, he's on track to do a very big personal best time if you can hold it together for this last 50 metres. He turned there at the midpoint with about 45 seconds up his sleeve to get a PB, so this should be a pretty strong swim for him, and he's done a great job. He looks to the side and all he can see is daylight, because that's what's there. Also looking good up the top, William Fort in lane 1. He's having a nice little battle getting the best of Bogart in lane 2, and Landon Smith just back. But it is Christian Wilson who'll touch the wall in a 2:25, if you don't mind. 5 seconds personal best off his entry time.
Fantastic. What a stage to do it.
Yeah, that's going to be a swim that we etched into his memory for a fair while. Big swim right when he needed it. In our 4th heat of 5. We have Russell Boyson in lane 9 now coming through in that outside lane. 5 metres to swim inside the red lane ropes and touches the wall. So McKeown at the other end of the pool, lane 0 with a 589 points, actually gets the point score haul for there. But second home would be Sachdeva in the 470, and our winner on the wall coming in 3rd. So Wilson there, 449, just in front of Boyson, our S18 swimmer. As we look now to our final heat, just the 3 swimmers competing in this final heat of 5 heats in the men's multi-class 200 metres freestyle. Next up is the women's 50 butterfly.
Take your marks.
So just the 3 swimmers lining up for this final heat in the men's 200. Bradley Doolin in lane 4, the 31-year-old from Geelong, up against a couple of youngsters. Deacon Chopping, a 15-year-old from Redcliffe in lane 5, and Eddie Clare, 13 years of age from Engadine in Sydney in lane 6.
Well, we don't get it often in the multi-class, but this is actually not a multi-class event. This is a class event. They're all S18. So these swimmers are racing literally against each other. And so Doolin, obviously, at the moment, getting the better of Wilkins and Chopping. Entry times going into the event shows them a good 6 seconds or thereabouts faster for Doolin out of the Geelong club. So he's right on pace for another strong swim. Is the final heat of the multi-class 200 metres freestyle. And saw a real breakout swim there from the previous heat from Christian Wilson. And now it is Doolin's chance to have his breakout swim. Now coming down to the 100-metre mark. You can see that kick just occasionally coming in. He's saving it for that last lap. And comes down, takes a good look at the wall as he goes over to make sure he gets on his feet on properly.
So a fairly handy leader, Brad Doolan. Wilkins turned in second. And then Deacon Chopping, who's had a busy week, competing in the multi-class age championships. An amazing sight here, poolside at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. The water is glistening in the sunshine. The conditions could not be any better.
They got the whole pool to themselves as they go for their best time. Only one lap to go for Bradley Doolan. And you can see there the lane ropes just swishing around in that wind.
Well, this is where it starts to burn.
Yeah, it's starting to burn now for Doolan out in front. He's just trying to hold his stroke together. Wilkins now starting to come back into contention. He's held his stroke nicely. 25 metres to go for Doolan out in front.
So the 31-year-old from Geelong, Bradley Doolan. Got a little tired in the last 50, but he's got a second wind with the wall in sight. And a good win, 487 points.
Just over the 3-minute mark there for Doolan, 3:00.30. About 4 seconds off his entry time. And similar there for Wilkins, 420 and Chopping 375. So final heat swum for the men's 200 metres freestyle multi-class. 5 heats we had. Top 10 will go through to the final tonight. We wait for final confirmation of those times before we turn our attention to the other end of the pool. Results there for that final heat. But the focus here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre is now everyone's turning their heads to the other end of the pool for the 50 metres butterfly. The Australian record held by Holly Barrett, 25.31. But our fastest qualifier is the Australian all-comers record holder. Oh no, it's a joint record. Couldn't work out what was happening. It's actually a joint record holder. Alex Perkins and Holly Barrett hold it at 25.31. And that is the entry time for Alex Perkins in lane 4.
Test start.
The 50 butterfly, what an event that is. Splash and dash, a fast one, getting everything right.
And most importantly, it's been added to the Olympic program.
Absolutely, those 50s are now in for the form strokes, so we know that these girls are taking them serious. As we look now, this is heat number 1 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
So Alex Perkins, our reigning national champion in this event, tearing away through the pool in lane 4. Chloe Rowe Hagen's next to her in lane 3, swimming an excellent race as well. And then Zoe Patterson, but the class performer of the field gets the job done. Alex Perkins from Zoe Patterson, third to Mackenzie Burns, and then Chloe Rowe Hagens in 4th.
Great swim for Perkins there, taking out that heat number 1, that 25.82. As those results are official on your screen, 26.56, Burns there, 26.58. Very tight in those 26 marks, so you think that 26.77 will come into play for those top 10 positions for tonight's final. Heat number 2 of 6.
Oh, Perkins had a strong swim in the first heat. Didn't look to be overly enthused with the time, but I thought it was a pretty handy time. As heat 2 now has a go, and the big wings of Owen Hand in the middle of the pool. look like they're flying to the finish, but Wunsch also wants a little bit of action as well.
Yeah, she's coming on strongly here, Olivia, but Oahan will hang on. Second to Soma and third to Olivia.
26.13, so slightly off Perkins in that first heat. That 25.82 leading the way so far, as those results are official on your screen.
You can see the swimmers having to shield their eyes from the sun to see their times on the board, eagerly seeing how they went. And very, very quick so far. 2 heats down. There are 6 heats in total. Third heat is underway.
And Lily Price, 6th at the World Champs in Singapore in this event, only 0.18 seconds behind the bronze medal winner, Roos van Otterjoek of Belgium. Lily leading the race as they head into the final 20 metres. It's going to be a very tight finish. Price just with a little bit too much power at the end. She beats Claudia Feidler and Josephine Crimmins.
At 26.47 over Feidler in that second touch. 26.55. Crimmins there with that 26.69 to round out those top 3 touches in that heat number 3. As we move now to heat number 4 of 6. They're ready on the blocks.
Been a long time since Australia has enjoyed international gold medal success in this event. Dani Miatki, our world champion in the first instance 21 years ago back in 2005, and Marika Gura in 2009. This is the closest of all the heats so far. White water right across the pool. Who knows where to look? Maybe lane 4. Patterson gets there, stretching out on the wall.
We've had a couple of World Championship gold medals, but we'll soon have an Olympic gold medalist in this event. Those 50 form strokes added to the Olympic program, so we know these girls are fighting for those spots at the 2028 Olympics and then back here in Brisbane in 2032.
Be one of those pub quizzes who won the very first 50 butterfly or 50 form stroke, as we move now into heat 5. 6 heats in total, and some very fast times being thrown down and some great racing. And it looks like lane 4, Madison Chandler, 16-year-old out of Sydney Uni, has the best of the start. Also looking out in lane 1, Chelsea Meadows is looking strong, but it's going to be down to the touch between probably 3 or 4 of them,
if not more.
Oh, Henderson down in lane 8 gets there first. So Poppy Henderson, 28.79, sole swimmer under the 29 mark. She had a great swim to get there first, then Hetherington, then Meadows. So very tough to pick when they are going. And butterfly breaststroke, Em, is one of those strokes where if you don't get that touch just right, you can be there in half a stroke. Your head can be in front, but you can end up touching 4th. As we come down to the final heat of the women's 50 metres butterfly. Nothing between them, looking good in the outside lane.
Might be Jess Gong leading the way though, and Layla Pim in lane 4 starting to come through, and at the top of the pool it's Lim in lane 0. Lane 0's got a victory. Gee, the complexion of these 50-metre butterfly races can change very, very quickly. I think that's our first winner in lane 0 today.
Yeah, she had a good start, led the whole way, did Lim from Surrey Park. 20-year-old, went in with a time of 29.3. So small personal best time in the quick dash. And now we go from that splash and dash to one of the larger events on the program, the women's 800 metres freestyle.
Bit of change of pace there.
Very
50
much.
to 800.
We mentioned Lani Pallister before. She'll be racing tonight as the time final. So we've got 2 heats this morning. Heat 2 and Heat 3. So Lani, the Commonwealth record holder. Australian record holder, 8:05.98. Commonwealth by Summer McIntosh, 8:05.07. She'll be racing tonight. Georgie Roper will be the fastest swimmer this morning from St Hilda's in lane 4.
Take your marks.
So the 800 freestyle, a real change of pace on what we've just seen. So lane 1, Amelia Finer. Lane 2, Mia Feltham. Chloe Broderick, lane 3. Georgie Roper, lane 4. Alyssa Tapper, lane 5. Sienna Derulu in lane 6. Dakota Mathers, lane 7. And Emily Bruin in lane 8. Look forward to seeing Lani Pallister do her thing a little later. Have to say, in a great World Championships for Australia overall, her race with Katie Ledecky in the 800 freestyle final was absolutely breathtaking. Might have been, it probably was the race of the meet, and maybe Australia's performance of the meet, knowing how untouchable Katie has been for so many years in those distance races.
I think everyone thought when Titmus retired that there would be a gap in that distance swimming, but honestly, Lani Pallister has just taken that and extended that. I mean, last year breaking the world record in the 800-metre freestyle short course was fantastic to watch, and I've watched her develop as an athlete and as a person, and she is one of those people that just is so infectious with a beautiful positive attitude, and she always sees the best in everyone.
She's got such an energy, doesn't she? Much like her mum.
She does. They really do. The Pallisters are fantastic to have on pool deck, so I'm excited to watch her tonight. I think she's really stamping her mark on world swimming. The Seagulls seem to agree with me.
Seagulls are flocking to here to the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre as they come down to the 200-metre mark. Georgie Roper takes them through in a 2:08.59. The pacing of the 800 is an interesting one. Much like the 400, it's not quite a distance event. It's not quite a sprint event, especially if you talk to someone who does open water. But they really do have to make sure they get out swiftly and they save enough for a bit of a race over the last 100. But this middle ground is just so grueling. You just got to keep yourself on that knife edge. Keep your arms ticking over, your legs keeping going. Don't want to waste any energy, but at the same time, you don't want to waste any speed either, because someone will make a move. So 250 metres gone. We're only roughly a third of the way through the race. And now coming down to the 300-metre mark. This is where we'll start to see a few people make their move in this middle section of the race. Over the next 200, we should see a little bit of separating of the field. So Roper doing a great job holding them out front. 3:15, holding a pretty steady pace out there, but Tapper not letting her go. Third through was Mathers, fourth Feltham, and then Brown in lane 8. So it could be a little bit grueling in these distance races at the best of time, and especially in an outside lane. You really do get that benefit of being able to look around in the middle of the pool in a distance race. Doesn't make that much difference in a sprint race, but in these distance races makes a huge difference. You can see where everyone is and what's happening. The lap counters say 9 laps to go, but they'll know exactly where they are as we see the backstroke flags showing that strong wind down that end of the pool. And I've got to say, picking up the pace a little bit is Alyssa Tapper from New Zealand. So this might be where she's starting to make a bit of a mark. Also lane 7, Dakota Mathers. is looking strong as well, coming up to the halfway mark of this race.
So the gap certainly has closed. And Georgie Roper around a body length or so ahead of Tapper. And Mathers has just eked her way up ever closer. And you can see there on a wide shot here on pool deck, there's about 2 body lengths between the first 3 swimmers. Then Mia Feltham over in lane 2, also in contention. But Georgie Roper, the 21-year-old from the St Hilda's Club, continues to lead the way. An excellent turn by Tapper. She's really tightened up that gap. And Dakota Mathers is also closing in. Things set up nicely for an exciting finish to this timed final in the women's 800 freestyle. Still Roper, but she has some company out in front.
Yeah, Roper and Tapper doing well, going faster and faster, turning in roughly those 33 sort of times. So that's a pretty good pace at this mark. Mathers joining them there and holding that 3rd place quite strong at the 500 metre mark. So 300 metres to go. It is Roper, but only a second behind or thereabouts is Alyssa Tapper. And momentum on her side at this stage. It's always a bit of a tactical battle, these 800 freestylers. And Georgie Roper wanting to make her mark early in the race and lose them, but it hasn't worked. Roper trying to get out, Tapper trying to hold on. And now Dakota Mathers. Got to say, Dakota Mathers, very long stroke. Really nice, a full catch-up virtually in the stroke. A little bit more traditional stroke there from Alyssa Tapper in lane 5. And likewise from Georgie Roper. But we'll see whether that long stroke can help Dakota Mathers over this last 200. She's holding a very good stroke length and has pushed herself into 2nd in this race.
Meanwhile, Georgie Roper looks like she's re-established a little bit of that margin, although that turn was excellent by Mathers. And maybe Alyssa Tapper's charge has come to an end. Dakota Mathers, she's really up the ante.
Yeah, her stroke looks really big and strong. She's now shifted into a different gear. The other girls, really the only trick they've got up their sleeve is to lift their rating. So roll the arms over a little bit quicker. That's exactly what Georgie Roper is trying to do to keep Dakota Mathers at bay. But Mathers, with that slightly longer stroke length, has got a little bit more efficiency on her side. So it's going to be a great battle coming down 150 to go. And still looking very, very strong.
Although that last split, Dakota Mathers, comfortably the fastest 50 in the field. So Roper, having led this race from the outset, trying to hang on. There's the bell. The very welcome sound of the 100-metre bell.
So 0.3 of a second separating Roper and Mathers, 1st and 2nd. About 3 seconds back for Tapper. And then Feltham in 4th. Derlou in 5th. Finer 6th. Brown in 7th. And it really is just a matter of who can hold it together the best. Stroke for stroke. But my money's on Mathers at this stage. Roper still marginally ahead, but this last 50, I think, is who's got the most in the tank.
Mathers has hit the front.
4/100's nothing in it. It's going to be a race to the end.
Well, she's timed a race to perfection. Dakota Mathers from Nunawading, trying to power home over the last 50.
Well, both girls were looking away from each other, so they can't see where the other is.
I think Georgie Roper's picked up the pace again.
She has, I think.
She might have taken over again. No doubt Mathers headed Georgie Roper, but she's gone on to rearrest the lead and go through and win. Mathers in 2nd position and Tapper has finished in 3rd.
Well, as far as a heat swim goes, that had the lot. The comeback, getting out hard, trying to hold on. The long stroke versus the shorter. That was a great heat of the women's 800 metres freestyle. One heat to go. The final tonight will be the fastest 10, including that Lani Pallister, as we said, Erica Fairweather as well, Caitlin Deans, Eve Thomas, Maria Costa. So a bit of a international field. New Zealand, Brazil, Singapore. But heat 3 now up on the blocks. And just the 3 swimmers, 2 of them from the same club.
Take your marks.
That's Taylor Watson and Brianna Burgess, both from Surrey Park. So they'll know precisely what each other is thinking heading into this race. The other, Gemma Apps, 19 years of age, from UWA West Coast.
It's always tough as a coach when you've got multiple swimmers in a race, but when they're next to each other, it does make things that little bit trickier. Taylor Watson looking good, that lane 4, but looks like Gemma Apps will take them through at the 50-metre mark. Still only 50 metres in, 750 metres to swim, but the psychological edge of getting in front of your competitors and having that small margin makes a huge difference in a race like this. And you can see them all breathing to their left. So that's going to be a big advantage for Gemma Apps in the final 50, being able to keep an eye on her only 2 competitors in this race over that last one. But it looks like Watson and Burgess will be swimming stroke for stroke, probably like they do back in Victoria training at Surrey Park, day in, day out.
So, Em, we'll talk more about this tonight, but let's play a little fun game of predicting the future, shall we? If Lani continues to improve at this rate, which has been rapid, can she get Katie in LA 2028, considering it's Ledecky's swan song and she's in front of a home crowd?
That's really tough, I think. Honestly, if you'd asked me a couple of years ago, I would have said Ledecky's sort of stagnated. She hasn't really done anything super impressive, but then last year she obviously broke that world record with that 8:04.12, but considering Pallister is sitting at that 8:05.98, it's really, there's not much in it, and you don't see that a lot in an 800. So I could only imagine that with the way Lani's swimming at the moment, that she's just going to get better and better and better. And I really think that 8:04 isn't going to stand for much longer. I think it's going to move into that 8:03 territory. And I think when it comes to a home Olympics too, that had so much pressure to those athletes. And I think with Pallister coming in, she's just really going to enjoy every moment. I think that's one thing that she really does well, is she enjoys everything that she does. So I think that will come into play. I think the pressure will come into play for Ledecky maybe at that home Olympics. And we'll definitely see what Lani can do. I'm excited to watch her race. Obviously, we know with the Australian Open that these athletes aren't probably fully tapered. They've only done drop tapers. Some of them are still in heavy training. So their best results are still to come. So we've sort of got to wait until those trials come about to see what times they can produce. And it'll be quite interesting to see what happens in the next couple of years.
It's actually amazing that we're even sitting here contemplating that Lani Pallister could challenge Katie Ledecky. She's won gold at the last 4 Olympics, trying to do it for a 5th time to end her most decorated career. But it's a distinct possibility.
It certainly is, and I think, you know, a couple of those Aussies have really battled her over the years. Obviously, we had Titmus really fighting it out with her, and I think, you know, I honestly think Pallister's got it in her. It's just a matter of getting there. So completing each step. So we can't think of LA. We've got to think of every year leading up to that and just improving little bit by little bit. And I know she's changed to that St. Peter's West End program now. And I do think she finds a lot of enjoyment in that squad and in that group. And I know that Dean, obviously, coming off Titmus, really knows that distance women's coaching. So it's a perfect environment for her to really excel. Walshy, what do you think?
I agree with everything you just said. No, I love Lani's energy on deck. I love how she attacks, you know, all of her races, and I'm sure she does the same in training. And she's had such a great I guess, kick-start to her career with her mum looking after her and giving her all the knowledge that she had. Now with St. Peter's Western, she's, you know, I don't want to say gone to the next level, but she's taken on that next challenge, and it's really paid dividends.
It might not even be like next level. It might just be that I feel like she just found her confidence in the pool and in her training environment. And I think that just shows something else that's really exciting that's happening here for the very first time at the Australian Open is Guide Dogs Australia have come on board. And there will be assistant dogs here near the marshalling room for the athletes who need that little bit of reminder of just remain calm, everything's okay. You're going out there, you're just going to race. Those dogs will just give that little presence of a bit of life into them.
And at the end of the night, we race them, don't we? Doggy paddle.
I mean, I'm going to be over there, so if you want to, I can call from over at the Guide Dogs Australia tent.
Can we bring a couple in here with us for the rest of the meet?
Surely we could do that.
Nothing like patting a pooch to keep you nice and chilled. Well, so Gemma Apps bowling along in front. Taylor Weston in second, Brianna Burgess in third. Only a 3-swimmer heat in this 800, but not all that much between them when you consider it's an 800-metre race.
No, very close at that 500-metre mark for Jenna Apps. 300 to go, and all the swimmers there holding roughly around that sort of 35 to 36 second 50. So the coaches will be on the side of the deck checking their ratings. That's the rate at which their arms go over, much like a cadence on a bike, and making sure they're in the right zone, making sure their stroke looks good, and they're hitting the times that they've been aiming to hit in training. Hitting those here with 5 laps to go. So 350 metres there. Next time round it'll be 250 metres to go.
Gemma Apps' time in the program, that 9:13.95. Hoping to better that this morning. Obviously, we know that the fastest heat will be in tonight's final. That will be your final. But you can still battle those people this morning by throwing out some really fast times. So just because you're not in that final spot doesn't mean that you don't have an opportunity to stamp your place. So turning through in that 6:55.40, 7:00.68 and 7:05.36 for those girls. Apps and Watson and Burgess, they're doing a great job of this 800 as they go down the other end now. 3 laps to go.
And the bells have come out for that final 100. So next time they're down the start end, they'll get the bells. They'll know it's only 100 to go. Not that I think they can push any harder than they already are. They're putting everything they can into this, but it'll spur them on to make sure they hold their position and hold on. The teammates from Surrey Park coming in second and third, Watson, Burgess respectively, but Gemma Apps doing a great job there. She led them at the 50-metre mark, only marginally, but every lap she's just edged away a little bit more from the field. In the final race of the 800, the final race of the morning too.
That's right. It's been a great
at
morning of
2:30 in the afternoon.
Yes.
It's been a long session, but it's all set up nicely for the finals later on this evening. There is the elusive bell. Gemma Apps turning for home. And then Watson and then Burgess.
That bell must be a sweet sound for those girls out there in this 800. Doing a fantastic job. I know for me, I would lose count, so we're lucky here that we have those lap counters at the other end, so they just have to lift their head out, have a look, and they can see how many laps to go.
Yeah, they've been waiting for this last lap, much like waiting for Christmas, and now we are coming down to the final lap as they lift their stroke rate, lift the kick, lift everything they can to get to that wall. It's a tough event, the 800, and with 25 metres to go, Gemma Apps is looking very strong. So the clock just goes over 9 minutes with 5 metres to go. Gemma Apps is going to touch the wall to 9:18.18. And Taylor Watson in for second in a 9:24.01. And our final swimmer from this morning's heats will be Brianna Burgess from Surrey Park, a 9:32.03. So final tonight, our fastest 10 swimmers will be racing for the title tonight of the Australian Open in the 800 free. And after this morning's heat, I'm looking forward to tonight's final. We're going to have some absolutely cracking swims. The men's and women's 100 freestyle. We had a 50 fly in there. Some 400s. It's going to be another big night of action. So just waiting for confirmation of times from our final race of the morning.
I must say I'm looking forward to that 200 backstroke tonight, the women's 100 freestyle.
The 200 breaststroke for men with Laylee Bello and Zach W. Cook.
Yeah, there's some really amazing races on tonight's program.
So we're just waiting to tick off on the results from this final event in the women's 800 free.
So they're not actually allowed to leave the pool until we have confirmation of that, just to confirm placings and lanes. So it looks like we've got that now.
So Gemma Apps from Taylor Watson and Brianna Burgess in our final race of the heat session on day one here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Well, the weather speaks for itself, and all the action from the finals coming up later tonight on the Wide World of Sports. You can catch us right around the country on 9 Now. Look forward to your company then.
This has been another presentation from Nine's Wide World of Sports.